Dinger properly attired for this Easter Sunday. And happy Easter to one and all. The Rockies looking for a sweep on this Easter Sunday of the Philadelphia Phillies. It is Game 3. The Rockies won 12-1 on Friday night. They won a pitcher's duel yesterday 3-1. And they have won 3 straight overall, and they find themselves above 500 for the first time in 2014. Welcome upstairs, everybody. Happy Easter once again with George Frazier. I'm Drew Goodman. Well, the Rockies are rolling, and it's not just the bats, it's the starting pitching. The starting pitching's been outstanding going back to the final couple of ball games in San Diego. But this series in particular, it began with Tyler Chatwood, and yesterday Jordan Lyles was sensational.
Well, he was sensational, and I think you look back, this ball club's going to score runs. They've always scored runs. They just haven't had pitching. Now they have pitching, and if you go back and you start to look at what Chatwood did the other night at Coors Field, he dominated the Philly lineup with a mix of pitches. He only gave up 2 hits. It was not an earned run. He struck out 6, walked 1 in the 3rd inning. Otherwise, total dominance of the ball game. And then he flipped it over to Jordan Lyles last night. And with Jordan Lyles on the hill, really utilized fastball command, but he also had a very good curveball, and he relied on his defense. Bases loaded. Great play by Tulowitzki. The turn on to LeMahieu to end that inning. And when you get that kind of defense, you have a lot of confidence to put the ball in play.
And today, it'll be Juan Nicasio's turn, and he has thrown the ball very well so far this year. In particular, in his last outing, after a so-so first inning, he was terrific against the Padres.
Well, all of a sudden, he started to spot the fastball where it needed to go. That was the key. He had fastball command of both sides of the plate. He had the ability to throw the split to left-handers and mix in his secondary pitches. And if you talk to Walt and you talk to Jimmy Wright, that's the first thing that comes out of their mouths. What's the difference now and where he was in the past? The past, he didn't have the secondary stuff. He did not have the fastball command like he's showing right now. 3 starts this season, 2-0 record, and a very good earned run average.
So Juan Nicasio looking to build on things. We talk about it all the time. With starting pitchers, it can be contagious.
Well, absolutely it can be. You know, Jimmy Leland used to say it's all about your starting pitcher and momentum. I don't agree with that. I think it's momentum of all your starting pitchers and the competition within those 5 to continue on with the torch.
All right, done this Easter Sunday. The Rockies looking to sweep the Phillies out of town. Sounds like a great plan. Colorado, Philadelphia, come on back to Coors Field with us.
coming out of the Easter egg. You know what the Rockies want to do today? They want to sweep the Phillies, and it's a rare chance for a sweep. Let's go back to last season. There were only 5 opportunities for the Rockies to sweep a series. They did so 4 times, but if you look at that, 3 of those 4 times happened within a 2-week period in April of last year. And the last time they've swept the Phillies, that was more than a decade ago in 2002. Hey, no time like the present for Walt Weiss and the Rocks.
It's a great place to be in. You know, winning the first 2 games of the series, have an opportunity for a sweep. The thing that's been most impressive for me is that we've held that lineup to 2 runs in 2 games here in this park. It's really quite an accomplishment, I think. That's a very dangerous lineup, and so I'm really encouraged the way we've pitched.
If you look back at the Phillies' previous 4 games, counting the 2 in this series, they had 2 1-0 games at home against the Braves. They won one of them, and then 2 unearned runs in this series. They have not had an extra base hit in 129 consecutive at-bats. The Rockies want to keep that going today, and you will see some brooms in the stands at Coors Field. It is Game 3, the finale. Rockies and the Phillies from Coors Field on Easter Sunday. Brooms are out. Rocks trying to get the sweep from Philadelphia when we come back on Root Sports.
Brought to you by your 7 neighborhood Toyota stores. Toyota, let's go places. By Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. And by Southwest Airlines, find our fares online only at southwest.com. What a beautiful day in lower downtown Denver. Great way to spend Easter Sunday out at the ballpark. Big crowd expected. Good crowds Friday and Saturday night. Weather was terrific Friday, a little cooler. A little bit of rain fell last night, but all in all, it's been a great weekend for the home team. The Rockies looking to sweep Philadelphia, as Mark told you, for the first time in more than a decade. Juan Nicasio will try to lead the way. His buddy Franklin Morales right there in the background. This Philadelphia team started out the year scoring a bunch of runs. They've run into good pitching of late. First it was the Braves that cooled them off, and now the Rockies here at Coors Field have shut them down. It'll be the fourth start for Juan Nicasio, looking for his third victory. He has not lost a ball game this year. In his career, he's never lost in the month of April. And the first guy he'll face will be Ben Revere. Let's take a look at the rest of Ryne Sandberg's lineup. It's brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Revere up top. He'll be in center field. Then Jimmy Rollins will bat second. Chase Utley third. Ryan Howard's 1 for 8 in the series. Marlon Byrd will bat fifth. Dominic Brown sixth. The change behind the plate, Will Nieves, the former Rocky, who has always hit the ball well against Colorado, will bat seventh. He'll be behind the plate. Cody Ashe is at third base, and Roberto Hernandez is on the hill. More on Juan Nicasio. His number is brought to you by Inova Cancer Care. Treat prostate cancer painlessly at InovaCC.com. George?
3 starts on the year, 2-0 overall record so far for Juan. And I think you look back for what the Rocks have done through this last part of the rotation. How about these numbers? 4-1, 141 earned run average. The opposition has hit just 209 with 20 strikeouts, 5 walks, all that covering over 32 innings and a ton of ground ball outs. And Nicasio will be able to, or will try to duplicate what the other have in front of him. It should be very interesting to watch this ball game.
And behind Juan are the following people, brought to you by Excel Energy. Visit responsiblebynature.com today to learn more. Well, they're his teammates, and they're looking to play good defense. Cargo, Charlie Blackmon, Brandon Barnes getting the start and right. Again, Michael Kadire still battling that tendon issue behind a knee that he hurt in San Diego. The infield, Arenado, Tulowitzki, Rutledge for LeMahieu, Morneau, and Jordan Pacheco for Willeen Rosario. Ben Revere saying hello to Chris Siegel, and the Rockies and Phils are ready to go on a Sunday afternoon. Philadelphia, after the ball game, will head to Los Angeles. They'll play the Dodgers, a 4-game set, and the Rockies will welcome in the San Francisco Giants. So here we go. And the first pitch of the ball game just off the plate, sinks away at 93, ball 1. .213 the first pitch of the ball game, so everybody's kind of in a relaxed mood, I guess.
They should be. It's Easter. Relax and enjoy the day. Beautiful sunshiny day. Great crowd at the ballpark.
That just missed, and it's 2-1. And Revere tops it toward Arenado, who was playing in, and he'll flip it across. And Revere's just 3 for his last 24. So a nice start for Juan Nicasio. Now he'll set his sights on Jimmy Rollins. Jimmy and his wife welcomed in their second child just a couple of weeks ago. You know, when you play in one town, George, for so long as Rollins has, and Utley behind him, and then Ryan Howard behind Utley, you kind of grow up in front of all the fans. Here's the 1-0, and that misses 2-0. And literally, in the case of Jimmy Rollins, I mean, he was a single guy when he arrived in Philadelphia. He's met his wife, and now he has a family. And
kind of the process of staying with that one organization, and he was what they were looking for, an all-star, Gold Glover, MVP. I mean, all those things played into it. Plus, he's an MVP person. He's not shy about his involvement into the community, which is great.
Yeah, I mean, he has been a fixture in that Philadelphia community for years. Done a ton of good stuff. That's a strike also, 2-2. Long trying to pound that zone away with the fastball. You can see it on the forward strike zone. Pacheco sets up out there again, and that was well received by Jordan, but it was a smidgen off the plate.
Trying to establish the fastball. Do it over and over again. Mike Shaw Super Mo. You see him trying to curl it, catch it, and curl it to bring it in there. And that ball's smoking.
Yep, that ball's going to get on out of here. Jimmy Rollins can do that. He may be small in stature, but he's had a lot of home runs in his career, more than 200. And he gives Philadelphia a 1-0 lead. And for Philadelphia, this is amazing. That's their first extra base hit in 5 days.
With this lineup, that's what's amazing. Completely amazing.
They had gone 4 straight ball games without an extra base hit. That hadn't happened to a Philadelphia team since 1968. LBJ was still in office.
And that's a long time ago.
Last time it happened to any major league team, George, was the expansion Marlins in '93. That they had gone 4 straight days without an extra base hit.
Well, an awful lot of fastballs, and then you kept seeing, you can see making the motion like with a hand out front. That ball's cutting. It's cutting just a couple of inches into him. And that's what he was watching. That's what he's explaining to the rest of the teammates.
Woo! Let's take a look at our all copy fun fact brought to you by All Copy Products, and it's what we were talking about. No extra base hits their last 4 games, longest streak in 21 years, only the 3rd time in history that a Rockies, only 3rd time in Rockies history that they went 2 consecutive games without allowing an extra base hit at home. Pulled defeat against the Cubs 2 straight days in 2011, and Utley's gone on a slider down and in.
Yeah, ugly swing on a slider too. That tells you it's a pretty good one. He pounded all fastballs to Jimmy Rollins. Then he comes back here against Utley, and it's a different story. He got a call second strike with the slider. This one is nasty, right where you'd like to position the ball, on the back foot.
So here's Ryan Howard with the shift on. In fact, the last 2 days, the Phillies were held to 1 run each day, and both runs were unearned. And the 12-1 loss to the Rockies on Friday, and the 3-1 loss to Colorado yesterday. Their runs were unearned. They won 1-0 in the series finale against Atlanta at Citizens Bank. And the previous day, Wednesday, they lost 1-0. That's in there, 1-1. The Phils decided today, which is a bit unusual. On Sunday, usually teams will just hit in the cage. They won't hit out on the field. But Ryan Sandberg had the Phillies hitting outside. And that is going to drop into center field, a base hit. I'll bring up Marlon Byrd. The Ford Strike Zone is powered by Ford SUVs, the versatility you need and the MPGs and quality you deserve. It's a smarter way to get there. Ford, go further. Two outs, Bird at the plate, and Marlin takes down low. Marlin's with the team that he came up with. He was originally drafted by Philadelphia back in 1999, the 10th round. He's not hit well in his career at Coors Field, surprisingly, for a good hitter. He's just .213 in 17 games here, a couple home runs. good slider, 1-1. Bird spent time last year with the Mets and the Pirates. We've discussed this, George, the last couple of days. He had his career high in home runs when you put the two cities together with 24. And he was pursued by several teams. The Phillies most aggressively and early in free agency. And I think a lot of the other teams, the Mets, the Giants were interested, the Pirates, they all thought, well, they'd play the waiting game and see how the market turned out. He said, this was a no-brainer for me. As soon as Ruben Amaro Jr. offered me the deal, I said, let's take it because it's home for me. Not literally, he lives in L.A., but it's where he grew up in the game. That's a strike, 2-2. In fact, Jimmy Rollins is one of his kids' godparents. He was in Ryan Howard's wedding. Chase Utley's wife and his wife are best friends. So to him, it was like, okay, where do I sign?
Yeah, I mean, that's just coming back to the place. You're going to be excited about that hometown deal. You can live in your hometown the rest of your life. When you're happy playing baseball and your wife's happy in a city with your kids, that's a big thing.
Bird fouls it off.
Well, you got to commend him because after serving the suspension, not getting anything, he went to Mexico. Reinvented himself. I think he had 36 home runs in Mexico, drove in over 100 runs in winter ball. Said, hey, I can be that same guy without anything. And he proved that to everybody in baseball.
That's what Ryan Braun is trying to do right now, and his situation even more complex, but he's hit a bunch of home runs early this season. He hit 2 more yesterday, 3 in a game last week. We'll get to Milwaukee in a little bit because they had a little rhubarb, George, with the Pirates today, didn't they?
Tied 2-2 now in the 9th. Mets and Atlanta tied at 10th, 3-3.
Swung on, foul tip held by Pacheco, and the strikeout of Bird ends the inning. Jimmy Rollins hit a solo home run, and the Phils have a 1-0 lead. Hill for Philadelphia, and Charlie Blackmon with his .415 average, and the rest of his gaudy stats will lead things off for Walt Weiss. And Walt's starting lineup brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Brandon Barnes will bat in that 2 spot. Then Cargo, Tulowitzki, Morneau, Nolan Arenado, Josh Rutledge, George Pacheco. Morneau continues to swing the bat exceptionally well. Well, Roberto Hernandez used to be Fausto Carmona, and George will tell you more. And That's brought to you by Inova Cancer Care. Treat prostate cancer painlessly at InovaCC.com.
Well, I'll let you do the whole name change thing. I'll just handle what's on the board here. 386, 17 strikeouts, 8 walks over 16 and 30. He's been pretty good for this ball club after winning 19 games under one name for Cleveland. Was an all-star in 2010 for Cleveland. And then after that, he hadn't pitched very well. He's been a combined 13 and 28 at the big league level. So he has struggled, signed as a free agent. Left-handers predominantly had whacked him around the park pretty good, but this year he's held him to a 125 average. First time that he's been to the Rocky Mountains to make a start, so if he watched Pettibone the other night, he needed to have a big eraser. If he watched Kendrick and Lyles last night, pitch a little bit like what they did and like what they saw out of him. They pitched both those guys last night to a really good ball game.
Yeah, Kyle Kendrick, to his credit, pitched very well. But obviously the Rockies and Jordan Lyles pitched a little bit better. Kendrick went 7 innings, gave up just the 3 runs.
Well, you think about it, Lyles had 1 inning with the bases loaded. There was any kind of danger whatsoever. Oh, I've got to replay that. I want to see that again. Watch this ball. Watch what it does off Charlie. This is crazy. Slow. Oh, this is even slow motion. This is even better. Mike Shaw, Subaru Superman. Watch this. Foul ball off the glove, off the helmet, back off the bat. Go. Run. It's a bunt. You've never seen that before, have you?
I don't know if I have.
That is Rhino saying, is the ball still in play, even though it was foul tipped into the glove and then retouched as a continuous swing? I'm not sure what he's thinking about.
It's like the TC Chat, George. Remember when TC Chat
double tap
out of the bunker?
See, there's the swing off the glove.
I've never seen that before.
I've never ever seen it before.
And I guess they're treating it
as what?
As a foul tip, and he didn't hold the third strike. I don't know what, because he didn't foul tip it initially. I've never seen that. Have you ever seen that? And I don't blame Ryan Sandberg for going out saying, well, it's a swing and a miss, isn't it? Now he gets the strikeout now. Well, here's the deal. Fausto Carmona pitched a long time in the American League. It was revealed that his real name was Roberto Hernandez. When he came to the States, he was to obtain a visa. He was playing under the name Fausto Carmona. They figured it out, and he had to apologize, et cetera, et cetera. So it's Roberto Hernandez. He's made 30 starts. He's 7-16. And he was slightly better when he was Fausto Carmona. I guess that graphic is telling us, huh?
Yeah, 19-81 and 07, 8-7 and 08. Then he went through some injuries, 5-12, then 13-14, and then since then it hasn't been very pretty either. It's combined, I mentioned a minute ago, 13-28.
And back up the middle, a base hit for Brandon Barnes. The Phillies defense is brought to you by Excel Energy. Visit responsiblebynature.com today to learn more. Pretty similar lineup again for the Phils today. Brown, Revere, and Bird in the outfield. Cody Ashley at third, Rollins, Utley, Howard. The only change is Will Nieves is doing the catching. Well, numbers at times can be misleading. Cargo is 4 for his last 27, but he's hit the ball better than those numbers would indicate. He's hit a bunch of balls right at people hard. Outfield straight up and very deep. The infield swung around, not in a full shift, but swung around to the right side. Barnes can run at first.
I just want to mention very quickly, Christian Friedrich got beat up a couple of starts in a row. Made a start in New Orleans today. 7 innings, 2 hits. Or excuse me, 1 hit, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. They're in the bottom of the 9th. And they're leading in that ball game. 2-0.
That's great. Good for Christian. He's worked so hard to get healthy again with the back. Cargo 3 for 3 lifetime against Hernandez. Oh, good play, you what? It's so nice that last night you may have needed the umbrella because of raindrops. Today you want to keep the sun off you a little bit. 70 degrees on the thermometer out center field, left center field. Great crowd gathering on this Easter Sunday. One out, one on, 1-2. Make it 2-2. A year that George is describing when Fausto Carmona in 07 with Cleveland went 19-8.
That was his twin brother.
Yeah, well, he was fourth. Hernandez was fourth in the Cy Young in the AL that year. When he's on, he gets a lot of ground balls. That's why last year was a little strange for him. He gave up 24 home runs last year.
Elevated fastball last year with Tampa, where he went 6-13 and 24 starts, 32 total games. Struck out 113.
And Cargo hits it to center field pretty well, but it's playable, I think. Wow, that thing just carried and carried. Did you think he hit that well?
No, it didn't. Well out on his front foot. Got a one-handed swing to dead center. He almost hit it out to the deepest part of the ballpark, right in front of the left center field area.
Well, I'll tell you this, watching Philadelphia take batting practice, the ball was really carrying. Tulo's had a good series, 5 RBI a day on Friday as the Rockies rolled 12-1. In fact, his last 7 against Philadelphia, he's 11 for 23 with 3 jacks. Got a little 7-game hitting streak going against him. Outfield depth that the Rockies have accumulated paying off here with Michael Kadire being down. Got a good ball game Friday out of Drew Stubbs. Barnes in there today.
And you got Dickerson pinch hit single the other night. So I mean, all 3 of these guys have contributed in this series.
There goes Barnes. He had to shut it down. He
real quick release to the home plate. That's why he shut it down.
I think he spun out also. We'll take a look again.
I think he just got a jump and realized it wasn't going to be a good enough jump and headed back to the bat. Hernandez slide stepped that time versus a higher leg kick, and you go as a runner, you're watching that front heel. That front heel starts to come up. You take off because they're obligated to go to the plate.
Well, I tell you what, that was almost a balk move, wasn't it, George? You see that front foot?
Well, he came set, but the front foot it was just a slide step, not even a slide. It was just kind of a pick and go step, but he came to a pause. That's what you got to do. You come to that discernible pause on top of the rubber when you come set. See, he's set right there, and then he goes. It was just different from any leg kick we've seen from him in the ball game.
2-0 on Troy Tulowitzki. 3-0 with Morneau on deck.
As a manager, you'd love to have a lineup. You say, you know, the other guy's looking over there going, pick your poison. Well, you're poisoning real good right now. There's a lot of it in this lineup for the Rockies. Morneau has swung a hot bat. Tulowitzki is obviously swinging a hot bat.
Barnes at first. Outside, and now they're 2 on for Justin Morneau, who is really swinging the bat well.
Last night he got a pitch, and boy did he get it. The difference in the ball game on a breaking ball that stayed up in the zone and just smoked it. Friend Michael Kadire leading the way of high fives, and Kadire ran today, and it's much better than it has been. Available to pinch hit.
Rockies down 1-0. We're in the bottom of the first, and this is pulled foul. And he wanted no part of that one. He'll field the slow 2 hoppers, but that one he was not interested in. Can't blame.
Veteran move there. Just get out of the way. Those young first basemen just fresh from playing, get all giddy and they'll stop it, and then they go ice their hands.
Center field, get down. It will. Base hit. Here comes Barnes, and Morneau will tie it up with that single.
A lot of emotion out of the catcher, Nieves. He's a backup guy, but he prides himself on game calling. I don't know if he felt like they picked off the signs or what, but his reaction after this base hit. Mike Shaw Subaru Super Mo, you'll see the ball out of the hand, and then coming forward, sliced by Morneau into center field. He'll pick up his 11th RBI with this base hit.
Nolan Arenado will take his turn. He'll bring a .288 average, couple home runs, 10 ribbies into the ballpark tonight. That's 5 straight games that Justin Morneau has produced a ribby.
Arenado has been on a tear the last 10 ball games. .368 average. Prior to that wasn't as good, but the home runs and RBIs were 2 home runs, 6 RBIs. It's early part of the games, but lately it's been special, particularly with men on base and 2 out.
10-game hitting streak you're alluding to matches a career high for Nolan. Don't waste any time. Go extend it to 11 right here. Inside, 2-1. Adrian Gonzalez of the Dodgers has the longest hitting streak going. He's hitting the ball out of the ballpark as well. Christian Yelich with the Marlins next. And a couple other big names, Yadier Molina and David Wright. Two and two on Arenado. Three and two. Rutledge is on deck, and Nieves is going to go out again, or at least halfway out. .297, leading the entire sport in hitting with runners in scoring position. Major league average 56 points beneath that. Bobby McClure looking on. 3 and 2. Runners will be off. Arenado bounces it foul past Stu Cole.
Yeah, interesting with Bobby McClure. Rich Doobie had been a pitching coach there for 8 or 9 years, was let go. And then they called Bobby, who had been out for 18 months. He'd been at home raising the twins, having some fun after being fired in Boston by, he shouldn't have gotten fired, but he got fired by Bobby Valentine in Boston. And just living in Florida, relaxing and enjoying life. And they called him and said, you want to come back and do this again? And he goes, man, I've been out. I've thrown away all my paperwork, all the stuff I had, that I'm on all the hitters. He said, I don't know. And he went up for the interview. Well, there he is in the dugout. Very good pitching coach.
Jimmy Rollins hit a home run at the top of the first. The Rockies get it back. Brandon Barnes a 1-out single, and he would come around on a base hit by Justin Morneau. 1-1 as we go to the second.
Larry Boa played for the Phillies. I grew up in New Jersey. Used to go down to the vet. A lot of people watching Tulo here. Well, Boa got to watch Tulo when he was the third base coach for the Dodgers. He's impressed.
I have a tendency when I put a uniform on to watch the position at shortstop because I played so many games there. And I marvel at his ability to make off-balance throws, his range for a big guy. Usually big guys, they have good arms, but their range isn't that good. His mobility is unbelievable. He's got great hands.
Guys, we've talked about Jimmy Rollins being here as well. George, shortstops that play behind you. I know Boa played behind you. Others that come to mind that could really play?
Gary Templeton was a great player. It's just in St. Louis, and then you move on to New York. You know, I had a guy named Bucky Dent that was pretty good there with the Yankees for a number of years. With the Cubs, I had Larry Boa and Sean Dunston, both two very good shortstops, and then Greg Gagne in Minnesota, very, very, very good shortstop. So yeah, I mean, you build your club up the middle, catch in short, second, and center, and with your pitching staff. And you know, people, we talked about this the other day. Larry Boa is ranked very high throughout baseball in number of hits, 2,191 hits, number of double plays. He's like the 11th on the list for double plays turned by a shortstop. So he's very, very good. And I laughed again this morning. Boa walked by me in the locker room downstairs. He said, "You go back and tell Rhino again he was the throw-in in a deal with the Phillies. It was all for me, and he was just, they didn't want him anymore." He said he just the one that ended up in the Hall of Fame. They came together in the trade to the Cubs in '83.
Dominic Brown slices that into the crowd. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That was back in the day where the shortstops, if they hit 245 for you and picked everything, you were like, that's terrific.
Larry, 5-time All-Star, couple of Gold Gloves while he played. Ivan DeJesus, another very good shortstop in that time.
Rutledge on the move. Nicely done. That'll bring up Will Nieves, and a reminder, we'll answer your questions during Toyota Talk. It comes your way in the 5th inning. Here's how you get involved. Text the word Toyota followed by your question to 720-720. Again, we'll do that in the 5th inning. We do it every ball game. Toyota Talk. Will Nieves hitting over 400 against the Rockies in his career. George really described how he goes about his business pretty well in that first inning of defense for Philadelphia. This guy takes immense pride in what his pitcher's doing, and Barnes lays out, can't get it. Nieves going to try to get the second throw there. It's not going to get him, and they'll score it a double.
Barnes, great hustle. Again, you got high skies, you got a good crowd behind the ball when it's hit, and a big swing. So your first step is back, and Barnes really prides himself on defense. Very good defensive outfielder. Came flying in on the baseball, tried to slide catch it. You can see right here as it comes into the glove, it hits right off of the end of the glove, the heel of the glove, and just works itself away from it. The right-handed hitter, that ball sliced about 4 feet the last 8 or 9 feet of flight.
So with 1 out, Cody Ashe at the plate. This is the big one for Juan Nicasio, because on deck's the pitcher Roberto Hernandez. With the runner in scoring position, you get Ashe. Gives you a real good chance to get out of this inning unscathed. Works ahead 0-2. Ashe, check this out. It's the first Phillies pure left-handed opening day third baseman since 1961, when Bob Sadowski played third and was a left-handed hitter. There have been a couple of switch hitters to start on opening day, and then for about 2 decades it was Michael Jack Schmidt. It was a
big-time power hitter.
Very good right-handed hitter.
Matter of fact, that rookie year, Smith was hitting like 125, went into Wrigley Field and hit 4 home runs in a ball game.
0-2.
The rest is history. A lot of history.
He had over 500 jacks in his career.
I think 521. Dougie says more. Lots more. Works for the Phillies as a special assistant to the general manager now.
I think it was was it 548?
Comes to spring training.
I think it was 548.
Dougie's looking it up. I think you're right, too. You got it, Dougie? 548. Howard 314. He's second all time. It said on opening day, Pat Burrell walked out and hit a home run in khakis and then flipped the bat and walked back in the dugout.
Did he really?
Yeah, this year.
He's big enough to do it. He's not. He just left the game a couple years ago. 1-2 on Ashe. 2-2. Ashe, the Nebraska product.
Out of the hand of Nicasio, trying to work to that outside corner, and you see once again Pacheco trying to pull that ball back to the zone. I mean, it's a ball. It's off the plate. I love the overhead shot for the fly to baseball.
That was a splitter, and it's fouled off.
So the one pitch he's got to gain as much confidence using it against left-handers and then use it against right-handers.
One out. Nieves in the second inning is at second base. 1-1 score. Got it. That's a big strikeout right there.
And the reason it is a big strikeout, your pitcher's coming up, an American League guy that typically doesn't swing the bat well. So that get the out here rather quickly on this guy because you obviously don't want to walk him or roll it over. Threw the fastball right by him. For the best deal around, buy Coca-Cola Value Pack for either $59 or $79. It all depends on where you want to sit. Available for all the ball games, including Monday through Wednesday with the Giants in town. 4 tickets, 4 dogs. Get a whole lot of this. 4 Cokes. It is an outstanding package.
Strike one on Hernandez. You want to keep one streak alive, George, with Hernandez. In his career, he's 0 for 23.
Well, coming from the American League interleague play, what did I say? Not a very good hitter.
And with that swing, George, he's well on his way to 0 for 24.
Yeah, that wasn't very pretty.
Very good.
I'm not even going to try to analyze that. I'm just saying that's not very pretty.
Kids at home, do not watch. Parents, cover their eyes right now.
Yeah. Contact.
Yep.
Looked like Bryce Harper running up the line.
Bryce didn't get that far yesterday. 1-1.
Safe and fun to drive for to escape. Go further. By Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. You know, we made mention of this earlier, saying that Milwaukee and the Pirates had a little get-together. Carlos Gomez with the bat flip, he thought he hit it out. It actually hit the top of the center field wall, so he had to hustle, dives into third. Garrett Cole walks over and said something to him, obviously about showboating, which Gomez has a reputation for doing. And it looks like it's done, and then all of a sudden Gomez throws a punch. And that's Travis Snyder of the Pirates. And then somebody throws a sucker punch from Milwaukee before order was restored. Gomez was thrown out. Who else, Dougie, was thrown out? Jerry Narin was thrown out from Milwaukee, a coach. And Travis Snyder was thrown out. And I'm sure, I know this, Joe Torre and his group will be reviewing that very closely. I'm sure they're doing it as we speak, and there will be some fines handed out, if not suspensions.
Second time that's happened with Gomez. It happened last year with Atlanta, McCann. I mean, there's been other clubs he's had problems with. You play the game the right way, things don't happen. You end up getting people hurt doing stuff like that.
1-1 on Rutledge, slowly hit to third. Ashe's got it. Well, the thing with Gomez, and he's a very gifted player. He can run, he can hit the ball over the wall. He's a very good center fielder. But he's been around a long time, and he's got that reputation. So when it happens, guys are kind of looking for it a little bit. And you're right, George. Saw that fight there. It doesn't look like anybody got hurt, fortunately. But you never know down the road.
Both in the National League Central, you'll see each other enough.
Yep.
You'll be able to take care of things the way you want to take care of 19 games.
Yeah, he may have to wear some body armor next time.
Kind of like Garrett Cole on the hill, liked what he did there for a young kid. Normally it's a veteran guy that would be the one to say something.
1-1 on Pacheco with 1 out. Honestly, it's a good thing, but you don't see as many of those as you used to.
Well, no, guys are kind of, obviously don't want to be suspended 5 ball games, lose the money, all the different things that go along with it. I don't think very many guys get suspended 5 anymore. You usually appeal it and get 2.
1-2.
But I will tell you, if Joe Torre gets in Gomez's pocketbook pretty heavy, that may stop a little bit of it too.
Pacheco, big star at the University of New Mexico, his hometown school. Hernandez strikes out Jordan, 2 outs. That'll bring up Nicasio. Who wants tacos? Remember, if the Rockies score 7 or more during any ball game, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the following day. Do it between 4 and 6 and receive your Rockies taco special. Live Moss at Taco Bell. Drew Goodman, George Frazier, Mark Stout at Coors Field on a Sunday. Giants in tomorrow for a 3-game set. That's a strike on Juan.
Stout's still on the rooftop, and as if he is, I don't want to know what he's doing.
And Hernandez, here you go, run into the glove. That's all for the Rockies in the 2nd inning. They go quietly. We'll go to the 3rd. The Rockies won and the Phils won. the hashtag COFan photo for a chance to have it shown during an upcoming game broadcast brought to you by AT&T. Still no sign of Mark up there, though.
I know. I was looking for it. I hadn't seen him. He didn't put on Dinger's Easter Bunny suit, and he's out running around somewhere.
I've never seen Dinger and Mark in the same picture. I'm just saying. 1-1 game. Top of the order for Philadelphia. Ben Revere, Jimmy Rollins, Chase Utley to face Juan Nicasio.
Where's Dinger? No Mark, though.
Is it just a coincidence, no Mark, or is...
I don't know. Now, Drew mentioned Revere's struggles continue here with the Phillies at the start of the year, average down to 246.
And it's going to go down a little bit more.
Stout, where are you?
Frazier, I'm on the rooftop. I started throwing your name around.
Wait a minute.
Hold on. Oh, look what happened.
On Easter Sunday.
Stout's on the roof, and he's got 5 pretty ladies.
The
with
ladies
him.
started flocking around. They want to know about George Frazier.
I want to know honestly. You've been up there for 2 innings, and you're still standing?
I am still standing. Can you believe that?
Yeah, I'm proud of you, actually.
Hey, I got a quick question, Frazier. I was looking at the box scores when you were with the Cubs. You got traded there in '84. You had 3 hits in your career as a pitcher, and in a game with the Cubs, you got thrown out stealing on a strike him out, throw him out with Ryan Sandberg on deck.
Oh my God! What was he thinking?
What was the story?
They gave me the steal sign because they wanted Rhino basically. When you said strikeout, throwout, they wanted Rhino to lead the inning off, right?
I guess.
So what they told me. I'll be able to tell you the true story. Billy Williams, Hall of Famer's coaching first base, and Zimmer gives me the steal sign. I called time. I said, Billy, what? Are you kidding me? And he goes, get thrown out. We want Rhino to lead off. I said, all right, perfect.
Really?
So I ran halfway down, and I did the Willie Stargell thing. I got there, and the ball was waiting on me. So, you know, as I approached right into second base, I went, timeout. Didn't work.
They didn't grant you time?
Did not work. Got tagged out, and Rhino led off the next inning. Yeah. That's kind of the fun things of the game.
They obviously need to replay back then.
Will you guys say hello to George and Drew? Just say.
Hello, George. Hi. Hi.
Well, what's that all about? You didn't let them talk, Mark. You can't do that. You want to say hi to Drew and George, and I got to, wow.
There's a lot going on up here.
I kind of understand that.
Things to do, places to be, the whole.
All I know is you went up there in the first, it's the third, and you haven't left.
We spanned the whole rooftop today.
Mark, what a shock that we'd find you up there, huh?
With girls.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. Have fun. What a rooftop packed again today. Man, that looks like a fun time up there. I tell you, broadcasting up there. I think I'm off that time.
When is our first date up there?
I'm really not sure, but I think it's coming. I'll tell you in just a minute.
2-strike count on Utley. He struck out his first time against Nicasio. June 5th, we're going to be up there.
Yeah, June 5th. Unfortunately, I'm going to be in Oklahoma. My daughter from Miss Oklahoma. So you and Jeff will be up there months coming.
We'll wave to you. Because it's you know, from up there.
Wave to me. You'll be able to see me. It's flat.
From up there, there's beautiful views of the mountains of the ball game. And if we look out the back, maybe we can see at the Miss Oklahoma.
We'll probably get pretty close. Yeah. By the way, I got to say happy birthday to my daughter today. She turned 22 today.
Line drive and off the top of the leather of Morneau's glove, and Utley into second with a 2-out double.
Well, Utley with this line drive, great hitter. I mean, there's nothing else you can say about it. Right now, came into the game at 417 on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. Looked like a slider. Swung and missed the last time up for a strikeout. This time, a little better luck for Utley. He thought it was going to be a foul ball. It seemed to hesitate coming out of the box. Right about here, he's like, oh, he caught it. No, he didn't. I got to go. Took off on the fly on the run here. And Morneau just tried to get up high enough at 6'5" to get it. Just got off the tip of the glove and into the outfield.
So Ryan Howard, who lofted a single to center field, kind of a bloop single his first time, is at the plate.
Yeah, 167 for Ryan Howard this year with runners in scoring position.
Rockies employed the shift, and that's a strike on the corner.
Anywhere close to the numbers he's had in his career prior to the Achilles injury.
Since 2006 going forward, there's only one guy in baseball who's hit more home runs. This guy who hit a home run last night for the Angels, Albert Pujols.
Boy, he's having a good year again. 282. He had a couple of hits today.
He's got 6 home runs, which is tied for the big league lead.
See where Stanton has 26 RBIs going into today.
Crazy.
The big dude down in Florida. You know what I'm talking about? The right field. That is a big man, a big human being. Pujols, Howard, Cabrera, Dunn, Prince. Very impressive list of guys.
Good pitch. 1-2 on Howard.
The off-speed pitch, a very good pitch. That's the split finger that Nicasio will throw. And because of Howard's size, you got to, if you go with the back foot slider to him, you've really got to bury it on the ground. And he's got a fairly good eye. Man, oh man, you don't want to hang it. Pacheco appears to be sliding to the outside corner.
1-2.
Oh.
And that didn't miss by much at 93. 2-2. I asked Howard about the Achilles injury from a couple of years ago, and he gets that question a lot. He says it is fine. It's 100%. He dealt with a knee issue last year a little bit.
He's a big man, too. 6'5", 240. Sometimes 250. Sometimes 260. Drew keeps looking at him. Sometimes 2. No.
Here's the 2-2. And this ball in the air to deep left field. Cargo hoping for a play. Leaps, can't get it. 2-run home run. And the Phillies jump back on top, 3-1. Fourth home run of the year for Howard. RBIs 8 and 9.
You know, with his swing, it doesn't look like it's generating a lot of bat speed that would create that kind of flight on the baseball. That is one strong human being, and he took it to the opposite field, too, on a fastball away from him.
It's not a bad pitch.
No, it was not a bad pitch. Cargo on a Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo gets up on top and catches the wall just out of the reach for Cargo.
Marlon Byrd struck out swinging in the first inning. 0-1.
A lot of times with pitchers, hitters will think after a home run there's anger there, so you're going to go ahead and try to air one out on a fastball. So you try to ambush it if it's up out over the plate, because they tend a tendency to rush after that home run. You got a slider and a swing and miss. Another one right behind it. Good pitch selection by Jordan Pacheco.
Rollins a solo home run, and now a 2-run shot from Howard. 3-1 Philadelphia. Very close. Ryan Howard, all time in terms of home runs per at bat, is 6th. He's hit a home run every 14.01 at bats in his career. Mark McGwire's #1, a home run every 10.61. Babe Ruth, Barry Bonds, Jim Thome, then Howard. I said 6. He's actually 5th. Ralph Kiner is 6th. Think about that. That's how frequently Howard has hit the long ball.
Once you get into the numbers, 298 career home runs now. You pop the 300 mark and then 350. Boy, I mean, you're talking about a lot of round trippers.
Yeah, he's well over that 300 mark. That graphic we showed you earlier was home runs from 06 forward. 28 RBIs, shy of 1,000 in his career.
Stanton, 26 RBIs to go along with those home runs. I think he's got 5 home runs now down there. That's a lot of RBIs this early in the season for me.
Oh, it's a ton. 2-2. And he strikes out Bird. Nicasio gave up a 2-out double to Utley, and then the home run to Howard. 3-1 Philadelphia. Club level tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. Drew Goodman, George Frazier, Mark Stout, and the top of the Rockies order, Charlie Blackmon to face Roberto Hernandez. He lays down a bunt. It's going to go foul. And welcome upstairs, a very warm and happy Easter to one and all, and that is not Frazier. That is our distinguished Governor John Hickenlooper. Governor, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing great. It's nice to see a beautiful baseball day on Easter.
You know what? I know you're a big baseball fan. I know you're a Rockies fan, though your roots are in Philadelphia. You grew up just outside of Philadelphia. You conflicted at all today?
I pulled the roots out years ago. In 2007, whatever roots were left, they got pulled out in 2007.
As busy as you are, do you get to catch many games in person?
You know, I hate to say it, this is the first game all year, and I try. It's one of my few luxuries I like to try to get to. So you get to watch a guy like Charlie Blackmon having this kind of breakout season, and I haven't seen it except on TV.
I know in talking to you during the commercial break that you do follow, you do keep up on it, because you were saying, man, Jordan Lyles and Tyler Chatwood expressing how good they've been. Ouch. That's okay. You'll take one. Every once in a while, they say take one.
But you know, I'm an elected official, so I'm overly empathetic. So when he gets hit, I get hit.
How about Jordan Lyles, though?
He's a great kid. I mean, it's very impressive. And you just hope after all these young, high potential arms that we've seen over the last 6 or 8 years that he's going to, not going to get hurt. He's going to be able to keep his focus. He looks great so far. He looks very mature. He looks, 10 years older than he is.
So when you were growing up in Philadelphia, who was your guy?
Well, I grew up in that time. In 1961, I watched the Phillies. I listened to a part of every game. They lost 23 in a row. And then in 64, they had the pennant in the bag, and they blew it. So it was Jim Bunning, Chris Short, Don Demeter played center field. I mean, it was a great team.
And Jim Bunning ended up getting into the political world as well.
Yeah, well, Jim Bunning is he was always a smart guy. And very, very determined and focused. He was a pitcher. He wasn't as focused as Steve Carlin. Right? Steve Carlin wouldn't talk to anybody, but Jim Bunning had a high level of focus, and he was someone who, blocked everything else out. You can see how he'd do well in politics.
Have you ever met Steve? Because I believe he still lives down in Durango.
Sure. I'm buddies with Steve. When he comes into town, he'll try and call me up. I haven't seen him in a couple of years, But back when I was first became the mayor, he'd come in all the time. He's down in Durango.
That's going to drop. That Barnes is 2 for 2. Governor, stay right where you are. This is starting to work out nicely. Rockies fall down by a couple of runs. They got 2 on, nobody out. In the right part of the order approaching. Carlos Gonzalez will be next. Have you been up to, well, this is your first appearance, so I doubt it.
I haven't gotten up to the rooftop. I want to go check it out. Looks, you know, the buzz is very positive. People like it. It's a great place to look down. And they weren't selling those seats anyway.
Well, I was going to say, you know a thing or two about winning restaurant / bar establishments, and that looks like it's a winner up there.
I think it's going to do real well, and I think it's smart that they've got several private, you know, guys who own restaurants that are helping them run it and train the staff, because there's a different culture in every restaurant, right?
Sure.
It becomes a reflection of who the managers and who the owners are.
Absolutely. But that place, every day that the Rockies have played, it looks like 2 and 3 deep on the railing. Here's Cargo.
Cargo's got to get going. You know, that's you just know he's about to explode.
Yeah, absolutely. He's one guy you never worry about. He had a 10-game hitting streak out of the gate, hit 4 home runs. He's hit a lot of balls at people lately. But he's a guy who can carry a club for a while. And he's got to get up the line here. Utley to Rollins for 1, and that's all they get. Good job by Barnes getting into Jimmy Rollins. So it'll be first and third. Tulowitzki will come up.
Now they can't walk Tulowitzki quite so easily, can they?
No. And this is good, clean, hard-nosed baseball. Those are the subtle things, and you've been watching the game for a long, long time. Those are the subtle things that give you another opportunity. And it's almost like an added out, because if he doesn't do that, they're able to turn the double play over. Now you're talking about not as promising an inning.
Well, now, and Tulowitzki with runners in first and third is a different batter than he is at the top of the inning. Who wouldn't rather pitch to Troy Tulowitzki with the bases empty versus 2 on?
And he's going. Look out when they both get going. Cargo and Tulowitzki.
Exactly. Well, Cargo, you see how he hustled? There's a guy who's making how many millions of dollars a year, and he's going to go every play as hard as he can. That's a great thing about the Rockies. It is a team full of everybody works hard. You know, there's no loafing there.
Pulled down the line. Yes! It is a fair ball. Tulowitzki comes through. Cargo to third, gets a stop sign from Stu Cole. As Dominic Brown got it in very quickly, Troy Tulowitzki coming through yet again. And it's 3-2. And speaking of hot, Justin Morneau's coming up next.
I wonder if they're going to leave.
I don't know. I don't think they're going to pitch to him. We'll get to that in a moment. Governor, what do you think? Got the barrel out, huh?
He hit that ball so hard. Hit it too hard, right? That's why Cargo could have scored if he hadn't hit it quite so hard.
Yeah, and I think initially, by Troy's reaction, he wasn't sure it was going to stay fair. And it did by a couple of feet. I'm a little surprised at this. That they're at least going through the machinations of pitching to him. Now, Hernandez is a veteran guy, but this has got to be the intentional walk, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't think they're going to give him anything to hit and just hope that he fishes.
And he's a pretty smart hitter. It's outside 2-0, and you're going to get the glance from Nieves into the dugout if he should stand up. He's got good numbers in his career. 3 home runs against Fausto Carmona / Roberto Hernandez. You know that story, right?
Yeah, I can't keep track of the details, but it's a heck of a story.
He did get a pitch, and Howard's going to run to the bag, but that'll tie it up. So Morneau with his second RBI, his 12th of the year, and just like that, the Rockies are even again at 3. And Arenado will come up with Troy at third base.
I hope Nolan can keep hitting. You know, the fact that he's had a good run these last 10 or 15 games, because, you know, he's such a gentleman and he's so graceful in the field.
You know, you make a wonderful point about listen, we understand sports is a bottom line business. From a fan's perspective, it's all about winning. But it is nice, and I will say from my perspective, that through the years, Nolan up the middle. Can Rollins get there? No, he can't. Arenado on cue with an RBI single, and the Rockies have taken a 4-3 lead. You've done very nicely, Governor. Very nice. I mean, in rapid succession. Just to finish that point, the Rockies have always had classy guys, high character guys.
Well, that you got to give the ownership. You know, the Monforts from the beginning have stressed that.
They have, and it goes back to a late friend of mine, a late friend of yours. Today's the 4-year anniversary of when Kelly McGregor passed,
exactly.
And that was a staple of his, and of course the Monforts, that the people that wore the Rockies uniform would not just be sluggers and great baseball players, but they're trying to acquire good people, and they have done that year in and year out.
Long term, it'll pay dividends, right? You still got to have the talent. You got to, they got to be able to get walks and move the runner to third on a less than 2 outs. All that basics of baseball, but they're team players, right? It's always a team first.
Rockies have responded to the 2-run home run by Ryan Howard with a 3 spot very quickly, since we're on the topic naturally of sports. How about the Avalanche?
It's unbelievable. I mean, all those kids. What is it? The four of their 6 best players are under 22.
The 18-year-old's awfully good.
He's fast. I saw that move last night. I was, watching on TV. I had some other event I had to go to, so I couldn't go see it in person. But I did watch it on TV, and that was just where he faked left, and then he put the defenseman on he fell on his keister. That's what President Reagan used to say.
Yes, if you get your feet tied up on the ice at that level, that is impressive.
Yeah. And again, they're all team players. They're all for the team, and
hockey guys, just part of their culture. Yeah, I mean, when you score a goal, you make a beeline for one of your teammates. There's no pounding of the chest. There's no individual celebration.
Well, assists in your stats. Assists are almost as valuable as goals.
Absolutely, absolutely. 2-strike count on Josh Rutledge. 7th man to come up, and they got Arenado picked off. This looks like a little league pickup. Took him like 11 throws.
Good hustle for Arenado, right? Good hustle.
They got to go back to Florida to work on that in spring training. Governor Hickenlooper, it's a pleasure to see you as always. You brought us good luck. That'll work.
I did my best to stay in one position the whole inning. The whole offense.
Safe travels to you.
Good seeing you.
Long balls from Ryan Howard and Jimmy Rollins. Justin Morneau with a couple of ribbies. Nolan Arenado's got an 11-game hitting streak. Tulowitzki's driven in a run with a double. And the Rockies, as we go to the fourth, lead it 4-3. That is our first bank game recap. Juan Nicasio. In the fourth inning, we'll have Dominic Brown, Will Nieves, and Cody Asche. Dominic Brown hit a ground ball to second his first time. He's a little tardy on the fastball.
I had stepped away. Do you want to tell me it went 1, 3, 6, 4, 3, 6, 1, 5, 9, 8 on the pickoff?
My good. You know what? Was that? The last thing I said is they got to go back to Florida and work on that in spring training. You kid? Was that one of the worst?
That's one of the videos
you ever seen.
That's the video you want to hang on to. So when you go to instruction league with all the young players, you put it up and go, "Don't do it like this."
That was a terrible rundown. Did you write the numbers on that, Doug? Do we have them? Let's watch. All right, 1, 3, 6, 1, 4, 2. Was that Nieves involved?
Yeah.
Okay, 2. We're not even done with it. We got interrupted by live play. Dominic Brown now 1 for his last 15. Are you writing these, Doug? We got to start over.
He did. He's speeding it up.
2.
Here's Nieves back to.
And did Utley finally make the tag?
Was it Utley or the third baseman? Ashe. Not sure. It was a whole bunch.
I'm just going to write he got picked off in my book. I don't have enough room for those numbers.
Nonetheless, it's a 4-3 Rockies lead.
Oh, they just said it in my ear.
What was it?
1361425. It sounds like my locker
I
combination.
thought that was
in high
Ashe.
school.
I thought that was Ashe that came in. I did. I thought it was him coming in from third to make the playoff.
Nieves is out.
MLB, People's Magazine, and Target are looking for outstanding teachers in your community. 30 teachers will be celebrated at the 2014 All-Star Game. Log on to allstarteachers.com to nominate your favorite teacher today.
That's a strike on Ashe. He struck out his first time on a high fastball. There's going to be a quiz on that later on, Doug. 136 1425 89 283.
No. You weren't close. 5 was the last to touch.
I've seen rundowns where you had a guy like, Jimmy Rollins when he was 23 who'd stay in a pickle for a long time. It's not to knock Nolan, but, he's not known as the, fastest or quickest guy. He stayed in that forever. Charlie Blackmon makes the catch. Nicasio bounces back with a 1-2-3-4. Rockies up 4-3. special guest Clay Walker, July 19th at Old Cheyenne. His grand prize package includes a whole bunch of great stuff. Bull riding, World Finals experience, concert tickets, hotel, Western wardrobe. For official rules and to enter, visit cfdrodeo.com/Lady A. And I know you'll be able to see on the right Tracy Ringlesby for sure there, and probably Wyoming grad down the left field line, Jeff Houston also. That's Josh Rutledge, who is heading to second with a double. Benefit, George, for Rutledge, having had the previous at bat when Arenado got picked off.
It may have. What about it? Like that. Shot that right by Ashe at third base, coming right out of the hand on a Mike Shaw Super Bowl sinker, trying to go inside with it. Run out on the front foot, able to shoot it right by him, playing even with the bag, reduced a little bit of his range. And it was just a matter of outrunning everybody to the bag. Yeah, you'd love to see it. Pacheco, very good with the bat with men in scoring position in this situation. Hernandez didn't like that ball. He's going to ask for another one. That was a pretty good pitch that Rutledge hit.
In the air down the left field line, and Ashe's going to have to bail out. Some extra inning games in baseball today. They're in the 13th in Pittsburgh. The Brewers and Pirates still tied at 2. No more fights from what we have heard. They're going to the 14th at Citi Field. The Mets and Braves tied at 3. Ground ball to short. One out, Nicasio will come up. Auto glass damage, trust Safelite. Go online to safelite.com or call 303-287-5000 to schedule an appointment now. You mentioned Stanton earlier, George. He hit one into the players' parking lot last year. Took one hop on the concourse and landed on top of a car.
That's a long ways. Oh boy, that got him good too.
Yeah, got him on the foot. Will wants to throw the glove right now. Throw the helmet.
Well, the downside is it's Sunday. You're in the bottom of the fourth inning, and you've only got 2 catchers on your roster. Ow! Right on the end of the toe. That'll be drained here in just a little while. It's not, you know what? It might be a hockey thing too, where it's going to get drained in between innings. I'll go ahead and try to finish this one up right now, and unless it just didn't break it. That's the other thing. Caught it right on top of it.
And this is basically the waiting game till the pain subsides. There's no such thing as a soft catcher.
Because why does it have to happen to me? I catch every Sunday and then I get whacked. Because Ruiz catches a lot of games. All right, let's try this squatting down thing.
And that's painful because your toes curl.
Well, your toes curl, plus now you got to rotate around and get up in a blocking position with a runner on. He did it. Did it pretty good, actually.
Nasty sinker. 2 strikes on Juan Nicasio. Charlie's on deck. Blackman. That is the 3rd strikeout for Hernandez. Rockies began play today at 10-9. First time they've been above 500 since June 23rd of last year, when they were 39-38. Last year they got off to a great start in April, 13-4. And obviously could not maintain that pace. Blackman down the line, just foul. Check the spray chart for Charlie.
Well, you know, and realistically, yeah, the right field, he's hit a lot there. 13, 9 to center, and 5 to left. So he has spread a little bit of that wealth around center field to left. It's not just a straight dead pull guy. Even though Utley's playing about 3 steps out on the grass to try to get to the hole and be able to knock the ball down on Charlie.
0-2, bounces up there, and Nieves does a good job blocking it. Rutledge at second base. He had a leadoff double.
That's where you got to make a pitch. Charlie 4 for 7, 571 with two outs and runners in scoring position.
Outside.
Chase the first one, won't chase this one.
5th inning in Arizona. The Dodgers and Diamondbacks, no score. Colementor and Beckett. Beckett's allowed 1 hit, Colementor 2.
Lincecum winning in San Francisco San Diego game. That ball game's in the 5th. He leads at 4-2.
I said in Arizona. Let me correct that. That's at Dodger Stadium. Big league hit leaders, Toronto's Melky Cabrera, #1, then Freddie Freeman with Charlie Black. And it's 3-2. Three-two, and a ground ball to Utley. So Rutledge doubled. Unfortunately, the Rockies couldn't move him from second base. Rockies leading as we go to the 5th, 4-3. Coors Light. Ben Revere is going to bat second this inning. Most at bats without a home run, non-pitchers among active players. Ben Revere's got 1,366 ABs without getting the trot around the bases. Andrew Romine is next. The all-time record, well, back in the 1800s, Bill Holbert went 2,300 plus at bats, but since 1900, in the 30s, Tom Oliver went 1,931 at bats. Dwayne Kuiper, our good friend, San Francisco broadcaster, does a terrific job. Kuiper went a long time without hitting a home run.
I think, how many did he hit? Dougie, one?
I think that's right.
He did. He had one home run. I know this, that his broadcast partner, Mike Krukow, was 1 for 3 against me, and Kuiper was 0 for 7. He had one home run and 3,379 at bats.
Kuiper?
The way I always look at that, that was one more than I had.
You and I both.
Yeah.
It's out in front of the plate. And Checo will throw out Hernandez. It's our Toyota Talk inning.
Hey, go ahead, Drew. I'm sorry.
Are there any two-sport athletes on the Rockies? Now, do you mean two-sport athlete? Obviously, nobody else plays professionally in other sport, but there's a lot of two-sport athletes. Brandon Barnes was a tremendous football player and could have gone on and played major college football. You know, I'm just going to go. Morneau, I know, was a good hockey player. At second base, you got Rutledge, who was primarily a baseball player. Tulowitzki averaged 20 and 10 in high school.
Great
and basketball player.
Yeah. All Southern California.
Yeah. I believe, I got to add, didn't Nolan play soccer?
A little bit, but mostly baseball. Yeah, he was pretty much locked in. Charlie was a three-sport guy.
Yeah, Charlie played everything. Blackman. Cargo, I haven't seen it, but he said he was really good, and you believe it, because he's such a great athlete, good basketball player, soccer player.
Well, a lot of guys. Jordan Lyles could have gone as a wide receiver.
Yeah.
I've received a couple of notes, and people have sent them to me. So would you please answer it on TV? I'm going to answer it. They want to know what the band is that I wear on my wrist. And a lot of people have had 6, 7 notes in the last month. So I'm going to answer it for you. Oh, let's watch Tulo make another great play real quick. He'll do it. We'll get a speedy Revere.
And he got a guy who can fly in Revere.
Yes,
How good is that?
Yeah, just another great play. So what this is, folks, my daughter is turning 22 today, but she is a cervical cancer survivor. And so when she whipped it, she gave me this, and it says, "Fight like a girl" on here. And it has the teal color. So you want to know why I wear it? That's why I wear it. For in honor of my daughter.
And happy birthday to Georgia.
Yeah, that's right.
A lot of great things for Georgia lately. She got into NYU.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to cost money. Hold on, let me help you out.
Donations. That's right. Here, let me have the big one. Give me that big one. I don't know what's going to cost more, the living in New York City or just going to school. I'm not sure yet. Or the shopping.
Both. that would be all of the above.
And shopping. Can't leave that part out.
Jimmy Rollins with 2 outs. Jimmy had a home run back in the first inning. Over the auxiliary scoreboard, Jimmy's 3rd of the year. And he tied Todd Hundley and Carl Everett on the all-time switch hitter home run list with that long ball, 24th all-time. I think Todd Hundley still has the Mets single season record for home runs. Let's get another question in from our Toyota Talk list today. You've seen every ballpark. Best one is ... Scott and Castle Rock.
This one right here is hard to beat. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, this one's great. Of the road ballparks, you know, I love being at Fenway and Wrigley because it's nostalgia. And to work out of and be at, it's hard to beat as well as this one, AT&T Park in San Francisco.
Well, the two for me that I like just more for the atmosphere of what it is. It's a playoff type atmosphere in both cities. It's an atmosphere that just gets you fired up even as an announcer walking into it, as St. Louis and AT&T on a daily basis when we're out on the road. But it's hard to beat Coors Field, I can tell you that, as far as beauty, atmosphere, what they're doing here with the ballpark right now. Great packed house here on an Easter Sunday. Great to see what's going on here on this wonderful day in April. But you know, the thing about this is, am I right, Doug? Third oldest park in the National League now.
It is the only.
And it's probably the cleanest park in the National League.
You wouldn't know that it wasn't opened last week.
No.
Wrigley obviously is the oldest. Dodger Stadium is second oldest, and then Coors Field, which opened in 1995. That is pulled foul by Rollins.
Nice catch, baby.
Great catch.
I told you, honey. Told you I'd get a ball down there if we bought seats here. You didn't want to sit here. Caught that one just like cargo hanging over the wall.
You know, we're influences. Watch this catch again.
No, it's a great catch. He stands up, he reads it, he sees it, and all those people behind him are going, thank you, sir. Nice.
That's out of play on the left side. You know, we're influenced also by what we do for a living, which is broadcasting the game. So here at Coors Field, I mean, we have such an ideal position. Yeah, AT&T, the same thing. I'll tell you a park that's beautiful and has great views, but from the broadcast standpoint, it's a little more difficult to do the game because you're so high. But that's PNC in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Pittsburgh's a beautiful place to look at the downtown skyline while the game's going on. It's tough to focus sometimes. But it is bad because you're so high in the air. It's a football type broadcast booth. I like going to Baltimore. I like their booth. I think it's nice there. It's big. It's roomy. It's nice.
Big fan of Camden Yards.
Yeah, big fan there. You know, well, you know what? Here's the thing about it. They're all big league ballparks, so none of them are bad. You know,
not so fast.
Well, I'm telling you, none of them are so bad.
The Trop.
Yeah, they don't bother.
Chase Utley doubled his last time up. Rollins has to dive back in. Why do they do the around the horn?
You know, I never really figured that out either, but it's to keep the infielder's arms loose in between innings, in between batters.
I like it a lot because I think there's a sharpness also.
Depends on how you do
played
it.
Right.
Yeah, it depends on how you do
come
it.
to the ball, and it should be. Ooh, Nicasio thought he got him.
Either that or he tripped and was doing a moonwalk. One or the other.
Let's see. Hand, safe.
Fundamentally sound. Look where that hand is. Backside, outfield side of first base.
He's got over 425 stolen bases. He knows what he's doing. Good pickup. If you're wondering, man, Nicasio's got 2 outs. Why is he spending so much time worried about Jimmy Rollins? Because Jimmy Rollins represents the tying run. If he swipes a bag, got Utley at the plate. Yeah.
Utley with a double in his last at bat. Howard with a home run.
Ball cut a lot. 2-0. This is where you got to grind, George. You get out of this inning. In the 6th inning, you know, obviously you got Howard and Bird, but you're starting to work a little bit toward the back end of the lineup.
Well, you're right. I mean, that's the thing about it. This part of their deal right here is all the experience of what you're talking about. If you can get through this thing. Rex Brothers has started to move and stretch a little bit as you work here in the 5th, as a lot of the bullpen guys will do. They'll get up and start walking around, stretching the body.
Mid-80s in terms of number of pitches thrown by Nicasio. strike. Phillies announced officially today that Cole Hamels will start on Wednesday in Los Angeles. And that's a strike, 2-2. Rollins runs here, 2-2. He takes off and it's fouled off. See that note during Toyota Talk, Dontrelle Willis let go by the Giants. And now considering going into coaching.
Probably be a pretty good one. Real positive guy. Been through a lot of things in his life. It'll probably be a pretty good move to have him to have a positive influence on some young players in the game. I think it's good to have guys that have been through the wars, particularly to go down and be a grandfather type image to those young kids those first 2 years. Bob McClure and I had a long conversation about that today, and those are so important. It's kind of like the first couple of years in school in the first and second grade. You get bad teachers or bad kids, they end up not liking school. And I think with players, you just got to be so positive with them those first 2 years. Put your arm around them. It's going to be fine. We'll get through this. You're going to pitch. Let's do this, this, and this to make you better. Instead of overwhelming them with an awful lot of things. I think it's very important. And you get a guy like Dontrelle, who's in his mid-30s now, has been through the wars. It would be interesting to see how it would translate over to the kids.
3-2, swung on and missed. Nicasio made a pitch on Chase Utley, struck him out for the second time today with Jimmy Rollins aboard. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. The Rockies 4 and the Philadelphia Phillies 3. Order at Papa John's. Enter promo code ROXWIN at papajohns.com. With George Frazier and Mark Stout, I'm Drew Goodman. Brandon Barnes He is 2 for 2 against Roberto Hernandez. Juan Nicasio. And this is going to be 3 for 3. Brandon Barnes has done an outstanding job being inserted in the lineup today in right field. You know, Drew Stubbs had a 3-hit game on Friday. These guys are filling in nicely in the absence of Michael Kadire.
Started today at 241. He's now at 313. That's how much it's helped. But his defense ability to play quite a bit of different places. I just saw Jolie Chassin in the dugout after his start in Modesto the other night. He went 4 2/3 in that start. And about another 4 days after a bullpen here under the tutelage of Jimmy Wright, he'll head out for another rehab start, possibly at Tulsa.
Good to see him back around the club. Cargo flew out to deep center and a fielder's choice ground out. Barnes takes off, throw to second, not going to get it. He's one of those guys, George, that you watch him, and the more and more you watch, the more and more you like. He's a hard-nosed player with ability.
He's got to want to. You know, he's got to want to succeed at the major league level. Not a bad pitch, and a pretty good throw too, coming in on a Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. You'll see the foot pop up on that bag and the tag applied by Jimmy Rollins.
Second bag this year without being caught for Barnes.
I want to make sure they get the signs right. Jimmy Rollins called time. He's walking up to visit with Hernandez right now to make sure everything is what it's supposed to be. Larry Bowa was one of the best sign stealers in all of baseball when I played with him in Chicago. So if he feels anything strange going on, he's going to alert everyone to it. He was very, very good at it.
Outside on Cargo, it's 2-0. Rockies, great opportunity here to expand the lead.
Rocks have hit 339, or excuse me, 333 today, 3 for 9 with runners in scoring position.
Good rip there. Thanks for texting in your questions during Toyota Talk. For more answers, visit the Root Sports Facebook page, facebook.com/RootSportsRM. And Toyota Talk will continue in the postgame show. Also, Cargo a .387 average in his career against Philadelphia pitching.
Showed a good split finger when it's in the strike zone, 82 to 84 miles an hour. The bottom just dropping out of it. Cargo jumped out on that one on a 2-1 count, typically a fastball count. You can see this ball as it approaches the plate just disappear into the glove of Nieves.
Two. And this is to center field. It's going to drop. A layout. May have been a poor decision by Revere. Barnes scores. Cargo into second with a double. Good backup there by Marlon Byrd. Carlos Gonzalez, George, went down and got that one. And the Rockies have a 5-3 lead. RBI number 14 for Cargo.
One-run ball game. Probably would have been wiser for Revere to let this ball drop in front of him versus laying out. Missed by about 3 feet as that ball dove in front of him and it got by him. But again, Marlon Byrd, good job of getting there and getting to the baseball. Bob McClure is going to go to the mound and have a visit with Hernandez. Their bullpen has started to get busy. It appears Diekman, the left-hander, has gotten up and started to throw. I apologize. It is Hollins throwing down in their bullpen. Bob McClure, very good with mechanics, but outstanding. A lot like Dave Duncan with preparation to the game. As far as pitches, when to throw them, where to throw them, how to throw them, where to get into a zone on a guy, what he sees on hitters after studying tape.
That game at Dodger Stadium's not zip anymore. Yasiel Puig has hit a 3-run homer. They've added another run. It's 4-0. Second home run for Puig.
Started for LA. 61 used to be Chan Ho Park, but he retired. Beckett started. Okay. How about that number recognition? Chan Ho Park, 61.
That's a good memory.
Bronson or who? He wears 60. He switched it. Just kidding. That was kind of the game you used to play down in the bullpen. You'd look at all the numbers of pitchers, and then you'd try to see how many you could memorize of who they were when they pitched.
I've noticed through the years you're pretty good at that.
Well, that's something you just kind of look at. They used to, on the score sheets, they used to put the number of pitchers, you know, the name of the pitchers, all of them in the National League behind the part of the notes every day.
It's part of your scorecard, too.
Yeah, with your number. So, you know, you always used to look on the back of it and start to memorize guys. Lincecum still pitching for San Francisco, still a 4-2 ball game. That game's in the 6th. St. Louis gets beat 3-2 by Washington. Cincinnati, Chicago, 8-2. Homer Bailey started for Cincinnati.
1-1 on Tulowitzki, and that's plastered but foul. Nobody out. Cargo in scoring position. The run scoring double a moment ago for Carlos, his first ribby since April the 11th. There's one guy not to worry about, though, huh?
I don't think so. Still leading the club with 14.
Don't worry about him.
It'll be somewhere between 85 and 115 when the season ends.
Troy today, a walk and then an RBI double. Ryan Howard hit a 2-run home run in the top of the third to take a 3-1 lead for Philadelphia, to give Philadelphia a 3-1 lead. And the Rockies came right back with a 3 spot in the bottom of the third. RBIs from Tulo, Morneau, and Arenado. And there's a base hit. Cargo is going to stop at third. Dominic Brown got to it quickly, and Tulowitzki continues to have an extraordinary homestand.
Well, let's see what Rhino does here. They have the left-hander going down in the bullpen, and yeah, Tulowitzki likes what's happening at Coors Field since he came off that road trip. Back home to 20th and Blake, that line drive to left field. I thought Rhino might do this. It's a big part of the ball game right now, and you've got Morneau coming up. You can't mess around and let this thing get carried away with nobody out. You're going to try to get the strikeout on Morneau. Good luck with that.
Nobody out here in the 5th inning. So Hernandez gone after going 4+. Mario Hollins when we come back.
promotions. They are also a ticket outlet. So make sure you stop by that store and pick up your tickets for an upcoming series with the Giants coming into town and the Rockies on top here 5-3, trying to add a little bit to it with nobody out. First and third, they've gone to the bullpen to get Mario Hollins. Pitched in a ball game the other day at 245 earned run average, 0-1 record. Pretty good stuff. As I was told, a former Gaucho, Drew, was told by Spielborgs today. Spilly was letting me know that.
Once a Gaucho, always a Gaucho. Of course, the University of California at Santa Barbara, our reference. Justin Morneau at the plate. Justin today, a single to drive in a run in the first, and an RBI ground out in the third. 9 ribbies last 5 ball games for Justin. Cargo's at third, Tulowitzki at first.
Already a 2-run ball game. Going to give up the run, hope they get the double play ball. He has inherited 5 base runners, 2 have scored on the year.
And this ball in the air to center field. Revere makes the catch. Cargo, come on down. Sac fly, Justin Morneau. What a professional AV that was. 6-3 Colorado. 3 at bats. Each time he's driven in a run. Once with a hit, next time on the ground, and then the sac fly.
All great hitters, guys that are RBI guys, they really get excited when they come to the plate with no outs and a guy on third. There's so many ways to get him in.
Arenado's had a nice ball game. He drove in a run with a single with 2 outs in the third inning. And with that base hit, he now has an 11-game hitting streak going, which is the best of his career. He's got the average nosing toward 300.
Impressive for me. It's 8 for 21 coming into the game with men in scoring position, 381 average. Blackman at 455, LeMahieu 500. Those are pretty high numbers.
I go back to something we chatted about last night. I may mention this. If Kadyr's in the lineup, which typically he is, and he's batting second, every one of your starters in your A lineup, and I say that respectfully to the Barnes and the Stubbs and the Rutledges, but the lineup that you're most frequently going to roll out there if you're Walt Weiss with DJ LeMahieu at second, Rosario behind the plate, Kadir in right field. Every one of those position guys, and we're 3 weeks in, not 3 full weeks into the season, every guy has at least 10 RBIs. That's
10,
crazy.
Yeah, 10 or more. You talk about spreading it out throughout the lineup. That's been the key for it. LeMahieu all the way hitting 8th all the time. I just mentioned hitting 500 with men in scoring position, so kind of big numbers. And you look now, National League team leaders in runs batted in. Colorado at the top coming into today.
Who would have thought Miami'd be on that list at any time?
Well, Stanton's got 28 of those. Take him out, you're not on the list.
Yeah. Casey McGee's driven in a bunch also. Most of those against the Rockies in that first 4-game set. But Miami was the worst offensive team in baseball last year. Two and 2 on Arenado.
Coming inside. That's where Nola typically gets pretty good response out of it. They missed with it too. The ball's up and away.
Two again. And Hollins strikes out Nolan's second out in the 5th inning. That'll bring up Josh Rutledge. Run a ground ball to third, and then he ripped a ground ball down the left field line past a diving Cody Ashe for a double. 6 runs, 9 hits, no errors for Colorado. 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors for Philadelphia. Rockies won 12-1 Friday night, 3-1 last night. And this is lifted to Revere in center field. He's got it, but the Rockies had a good offensive inning once again. 2 more runs for the Rocks. They're up 6-3.
For defense. Former Rocky Seth Smith back in the NL West with the Padres. Drew visited with him at high school baseball at Coors Field. It happens in April. And I got a chance to check out a game this past Tuesday. You'll see the highlights, NL highlights as well. Drew, I know you're into high school baseball here and got to see Smoky Hill and Ralston Valley play on a Tuesday afternoon. It was great to talk to some of the kids about feeling like big leaguers here at 20th and Blake. It's going to be good on Rockies Weekly.
Oh, memories for a lifetime, you bet. Will play on a major league field, especially this one. Kidding me? Well, Jimmy Rollins not only playing shortstop, but he's mentoring Ben Revere. You like seeing this kind of stuff, George?
Yeah, I do like it. A veteran guy coming in saying, all right, now listen, you got to understand where we are in the game, what's going on. Keep the ball out in front of you so you can make that play to come back to the other way with it. Hold it to a run versus having it double up on you. Is Mark still on the rooftop? He looked like it.
He's a fixture up there.
Mark, are you the governor of the rooftop yet? Rex Brothers loosening in the Rockies bullpen right now.
You don't hear people, hey, Stouter, how you doing? I mean, just,
where is he?
It's just
shut his mic off.
I'm opposite of the rooftop. I'm here behind center field. This is the vantage at section 330.
So you're up in center field.
That
you
would
mean
be
behind
home plate.
Right above home plate.
That's home plate, Mark. Yeah. You know where they have an umpire and a catcher and a batter? That's the home plate.
Is that what I say? Center field?
Yeah, center field is where that guy stands by himself with all the green grass around
I'm behind the home plate ump in the dish, and with some Rockies fans. We were just talking about Rockies Weekly after the game. They said they're going to watch.
Well, good.
So
they better watch.
We think you still aren't right from visiting with those 5 young ladies, and that's why you couldn't figure out that you were actually behind home plate. That
could be, Drew, because it was got me to a little tizzy out there in the outfield.
I get it. I get it.
But by midseason, I'll be in midseason form. Don't worry about that.
Rooftop
listen, behind home plate or center field.
You are a legend in Ithaca.
I'm going to drop the same line on you. Here's the 1-2. Uh-oh, this ball's well hit again by Howard opposite field, and it is off the base of the wall. And Big Ryan's thinking about a triple. He's going to have one. He doesn't get many of those.
No, not in the park he plays in. Okay, Dougie, how many has he got in his career? Because he doesn't have any this year. Drew's looking it up. Mike Shaw Subaru Super Mo, his 20th of his career. That was prior to the Achilles, prior to the knee. this ball hit right out in that corner and it's going to ricochet. That's what bought him enough time to get to third base. Charlie had to chase it down and get it in. Minimize your damage right here.
He had 2 last year. Here's Bird, and that's a base hit, and it's 6-4. Back in 2010, he actually had 5 triples. So concern for Walt Weiss. Nicasio, triple and a single here in the 6th inning. His pitch count is at 94.
Well, he's done.
There's nobody out. Well, the good news is, obviously, you'd like to get more length, but the last 2 guys that started for the Rockies, Chatwood and Lyles, gave them plenty of length.
Yep, gave them plenty of length, and so the bullpen is in great shape right now.
Nicasio walks off. We'll step aside. 6-4 Colorado, top of inning number 6.
Out to Coors Field to watch the Rockies take on whoever for the rest of the year. And they're going to turn the ball over now to Rex Brothers. Rex in his last start will take over for Nicasio on this one. Rex's last appearance, I should say, was outstanding. 1 inning, 2 strikeouts, had the wipeout slider back at it. He'll enter the ball game facing Brown, who has struggled. 1 for 15 in his last 15, 0 for 10 in this series.
And 2 of the 3 scheduled to face left-handed. So it sets up well for Rex. But that's a base hit. Dominic Brown, 3 straight hits, and the tying run is aboard in Brown. Bird stops at second. Will Nieves. See how they play this. See if they
I'm thinking the same thing.
Put a bunt down here, because you're going to pinch hit for Hollins if it gets to that point.
Well, I'm looking out there at their bullpen. Nobody's up. Now they're going to start to scramble a little bit. You'd like to give up or give your reliever at least, a couple of outs to get something going here. If they happen to get a base hit, now you're pinch hitting. They made about 8 or 9 pitches. And they get out of the inning. You got a mess. Well, Walt Weiss thinking along with Drew here. They're not giving the bunt signals. With Will Nieves up. 333 on the season. Rosenberg, the right-hander who pitched in the ball game the other day, is warming up for the Phillies.
He's swinging, and it's 0-1. Now Nieves will study Pete Buchanan down at third. George Rhino gave you the signals. Did he put the bunt on?
Just looking down there to see him and Larry. They were in a conversation. Larry Boy is bench coach.
Not bunting, and it's 0-2. Now, the last 10 games, the Rockies bullpen has been lights out, and Philadelphia's bullpen has been lit up. Seven home runs allowed by the Phillies pen. You know, they've been getting good starting pitching, with the exception of Friday night. And today, Hernandez's final line, not real pretty. 4 innings plus, 6 runs, all of them earned on 9 hits. He walked 1, struck out 3, hit a batter as well. Block by Pacheco. Marlon Byrd at second. Dominic Brown at first. Was chatting with Marlon this morning during batting practice, and he was really impressed with Chatwood and Lyles. He said, and Chatwood has great stuff. He said Lyles, he just seems like a different guy from the guy I saw in Houston. He said it may be the class. These are his words, because maybe the classic case of a guy needing a change of scenery. He said he was aggressive with the sinker.
Well, I think too in Houston, you know, he's a high draft pick, so there was an awful lot of pressure applied. When's this guy going to become, you know, something maybe he's not capable of being? So he got out of there and he's pitching well. That's the good thing.
Yeah, hitters, they don't like to give pitchers a lot of credit.
No, but the veteran guys, they're not afraid to give credit where credit is due. I mean, it's not, you know, there's not an ego thing with a guy like Marlon Byrd. If he went 3 for 4, he might say, hey, you know what, I got lucky on 2 of them and I got 1 good one. He said he got pretty good stuff. Six pitches, 5 strikes from Rex Brothers.
Trying to put away Nieves or get him to hit a ground ball. He put him away with the heater at 94. Good to see some of those 94s and 95s flash up.
Well, again, it's just airing it out. A couple of 90s early in this count, and he went elevated with the fastball, had some arm speed, drive through this ball, stayed right behind it all the way through it, threw it right by Nieves up in the strike zone.
Freddie Galvis is going to pinch hit for Ashe.
Now, Ashe has not hit left-handers at all. He's 1 for 9.
Four-year-old native of Venezuela, switch hitter.
Shadows will play effects here with Rex out in the sunlight. That home plate area, you can kind of see the crisscross here going out into the infield and across home plate. So that makes it a little difficult to pick things up.
1-1. We've seen Galvis each of the last couple of years. Got 70 games with the Phils last year. Hit 234 with 6 home runs. The year before he got in 58 games, hit 226. That got by Pacheco. That's not good. Yep. That's going to be another pass ball, and that's costly because both runners now in scoring position. No longer an opportunity to turn 2. Base hit ties it up in all likelihood.
Yeah, and again, that's where he went down to catch the ball. Instead of turning the glove over like a pancake where you just catch it in the webbing, tried to go down and pick it, and the ball stayed all the way in the air. Jordan may have been anticipating this ball going to bounce up. That's a ball that's got to get caught. And hit the glove, hit the thumb, and then just trickled away. Second pass ball this year with Jordan. He just put Rex in a really tough spot here.
And he's behind now, 3-1.
Former Rocky Jason Nix in the on-deck circle. Nobody warming up in the Rockies bullpen. It's Rex's ball game.
And this is going to get a run home, and it wouldn't have a moment ago. Six-5 game now. So Galvis with an RBI off the bench. Jason Nix will pinch hit.
Nix with a base hit in his at bat earlier on Friday night as a pinch hitter. The Phillies pinch hitters have not performed well this year. They've hit just 190. According to Doug, which Doug's never wrong. Has never been wrong, ever.
Former Rocky draft pick, bounced around, but he's carved out a career.
Yeah, he went over to the Yankees for a while last year. Played multiple positions for them. Released late in spring training. Signed with Philadelphia. Kind of like his brother. Same thing.
Brother Lance. Here's the 0-1. One and two. Thing about catching, you know, on every play, everywhere else, I mean, you're going to roll up and you know, get on the balls of your feet, be ready to go. You can't lose focus for even one pitch when you're behind the dish.
Well, the sad, the hard part is too, as a catcher, you can't. It's tough to anticipate the break and the late break and sharpness of a pitch when you've just caught three in a row that were a certain way, and then all of a sudden the next one jumps at you a little bit harder.
Ground ball to short.
Great job, Rex brothers. Complete this. That's a really good job.
2 runs in the inning, and as Juan Nicasio applauds, things have tightened up. The Rockies leading 6-5 now. Day. By Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level tickets by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. And by AT&T, rethink possible. .6'5" Colorado. Freddie Galvis stays in the ballgame at third base for Cody Ashe. Rockies will have Jordan Pacheco, then a pinch hitter, and Charlie Blackmon. B.J. Rosenberg, right-hander who throws very hard, will take over for Philadelphia.
Yes, he does throw very hard. A high earned run average near 8. He's appeared in 7 ball games. The other night he pitched in a game against the Rockies in that ball game everybody wanted to kind of forget about, including him. In that inning, he gave 4 hits, 2 runs. He left a couple of men on base. Single, double, and a single in that outing. Inning and a third in there. He's trying to maintain the ball game in the bottom of the 6th inning. The Rockies on top, 6-5.
Rockies have done a good job counter-punching throughout this ball game. And this ball is walloped left center field. Run, Jordan, run. He's going to go all the way to the wall. Pacheco hunting a triple himself now. On to third, head first slide. Jordan Pacheco. He had a little hacked off in that swing, didn't he?
Yeah, a little upset. Want to make a difference for his ball club again after that pass ball, and he sure came up with it. First pitch offering from Rosenberg on a Mike Shaw Super Mo. Here it is. Fastball inner half. It just ran right back to Jordan. Jordan got on top of this thing, drove it into left center field. He knew he had extra bases. How many? He didn't know until he saw the ball get by Revere. And when he hit second base, strides got longer. The head push slide came in handy.
Corey Dickerson will pinch hit. Philadelphia brings the infield in. So Dickerson pinch hitting for Brothers, who did a good job. Pacheco, the Rockies' 7th run, is at third base.
Dickerson 1 for 5 as a pinch hitter. That's a pretty good bat toss there. That's about 140 feet.
That's a really good bat toss. Ely was ducking, and I don't blame him. Look at this thing.
I'm not sure why he ducked, though. It was like 45 feet in there. He just bailed out in a hurry, didn't he?
For Jordan, that's his first triple since 2012 when he finished 5th in the National League and hitting at .309. It's the Rockies' 5th triple overall this year. Dickerson will have to go into battle mode with a 2-strike count. Final line for Juan Nicasio. 5 innings, 5 runs, 4 earned, 7 hits. He walked 1, he struck out 5. Rockies have been good in the pinch. .321 average so far this year, which is 2nd best in the league to Cincinnati's .333. Good swing on a 94-mile-an-hour heater. The grouping of the top 5 in the National League so far. Up the middle, Rollins diving stab's going to come home with it. Wow.
What a play.
Yep. And Pacheco's out. Dickerson will get the second. That's a tremendous play. Off the bat with the infield in, you think that's a single up the middle and an RBI, and then Rollins looked home immediately.
Popped up and threw a bullet. Watching Pacheco, ball off of the bat, hesitated just a second. That's why. Thought that ball was going to get all the way through after he took off. Once he hesitated, that advantage Rollins with his arm and accuracy. They tagged Pacheco, the snap throw to second. Dickerson is in scoring position.
What's this discussion about?
I don't know. Rhino wants to challenge it at second base, I guess.
Well, let's see. I think he's on the bag. It's easily. Did he come off the bag?
Yes, he did. Right there, he's off.
I don't know. Is it?
No,
yeah,
he's
you
off.
know what? He can get an
He's
out
off.
call.
Yeah, he's off.
Boy, this was a real promising inning, and it's going to turn sour quickly.
Yeah, and I think Corey knows it.
This manager's replay is brought to you by Subaru's EyeSight Driver Assist technology, a vigilant safety feature that gives peace of mind to every drive. That's been one of the things I've noticed with replay, George, the first few weeks. The little, the umpire, makes the safe call initially. We've seen a couple times where,
well, look at Utley, though.
Foot off the bag or a hand off the bag after being reviewed.
Really bad in spring training when they missed that one, but his foot's definitely off the bag here. Utley's touching him, and then then he puts the foot back on. Utley's, he's like, this guy's out. Look, I'm keeping it on here for a reason. He's out.
Yep, and now the indication, and Dickerson knew it. The crowd's really booing. They don't understand it. So wait a second. He went in there standing up. How can he be out?
Well, coming out to contest what they're doing here, and he can't say anything. Once they review it and it comes out of New York, there he's off. So, what gets him is right there. Put his toe back in. Surprised as close as Todd Tishner was at second base. He didn't see that. Hey, you hate that he did see it, actually. But they saw it in New York. No question.
The Rockies had a leadoff triple. And now there's 2 outs and nobody on. You really hope that doesn't come back to haunt them in this game, because the Phils are within a run. Jimmy Rollins made a great play. The hesitation did not help, obviously, by Jordan. Once that ball clears the pitcher, had he broken, who knows? Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Easy to play the game after the fact. One and one on Blackman. 0 for 2, and he was hit by a pitch.
The Rockies with 6 complete and leading, and that's what would happen here. Are 5-0 at home, 3-2 out on the road. So that tells you about the bullpen and what they've been able to do. Philadelphia on the other side, trailing after 6, is 0-7. How much of a comeback team?
And it's out full 3-2.
Souvenir, heads up. Oh, almost got the pigeon. You know, that's hard to do. That ball went up in the sweet area. That's hard with that overhang. It's got to have just the right flight. The ball's got to have duckability. Run that one by you.
Duckability.
Yeah.
Rockies had a 6-3 lead. They were also down early 3-1. Marlene Rosario, two catchers talking. Ball 4. Brandon Barnes been perfect today, 3 singles. See if Charlie goes first pitch here.
Well, it's not going to hurt anything because you got your lead, basically a leadoff man to lead off the next inning if he gets thrown out. If not, he's in the scoring position on somebody swinging a hot bat.
Not going, ball 1. Here's Brandon Barnes' day. 3 for 3, and he scored a pair of runs. Solid contact on all 3. Ryan Howard has always positioned himself a little differently when holding on runners. It's about 2-3 feet in front of the bag. He's got such long arms. Clayton Kershaw reported no problems after throwing a simulated game. Trying to come back from a back issue. Pitched 1 game, and that was in the U.S. That was down in Sydney.
You wonder about the pitching side. You wonder about the flight. You know what happened if that had any effect on it.
Two 2-0 on Brandon Barnes. All first base coaches now carry a stopwatch, time that pitcher's move to the plate.
They keep a notation of it in a dugout. Keep it in a book so you've got it over a period of time. It matches up with other reports.
This is to right and drifting foul. Safe.
Pretty good move over by Rosenberg. Snap throw to first to try to get Charlie. One thing, you watched Jimmy the other day. He dove back into it. Jimmy Rollins outfield side. That's what you're taught. To Charlie on the outer third of that bag. Extend the reach of that first baseman as far as you can.
3-2 on Barnes. So Charlie will be off now. Cargo's on deck.
It appears the left-hander Diekman is warming up for the Philadelphia Phillies in their bullpen.
Ball 4. So all of a sudden, B.J. Rosenberg, after the gift, in certain respects, double play, now has walked 2 in a row, and Cargo's coming up.
Well, you're going to definitely see Sandberg come out here. It won't be double switches or nothing. He'll just go down to the bullpen and get the left-hander to come in and face Cargo.
Diekman struck out Cargo yesterday.
3 nasty sliders down and away. So what did you write in the book whenever they had the umpires ruling for Dickerson? What would you write down? OR, overruled.
6-2-5. Yeah. 6-5. Colorado back in a moment. As Jake Diekman gets ready. We've had a lot of people on Twitter ask us, how can Dickerson be out? Because watch the tag by Utley, and their interpretation, the fans' interpretation who have written in, is that Utley kind of pushed Dickerson's leg off the base, which you can't push a guy off the base and then go, hey, you're out. Maybe you can do that in the backyard. Obviously, and I can't speak for the umpires, their interpretation was that it had to be in the process of the tag. And he didn't do anything outside of what you'd normally do in applying a tag to push the runner off the base.
And what they saw was the adjustment of weight by Dickerson to his right leg, and when that happened, the left foot came off with the tag still applied. Well, this left-hander's got some pretty good stuff. The other day came with a hard slider in the mid-80s with a lot of break to it. Mid-70 ERA in 8 innings, 15 strikeouts and only 5 walks.
Cargo, this is a huge Baltimore chop, and Galvis got him. So Diekman gets Gonzalez. The Rockies leave 2 on, and they blow a wonderful opportunity to expand their lead. So it's 6-5 going to the 7th. Duggar went out. He wasn't looking at a specific area. Cargo was just talking to him. He's got to come out of the ball game. You know, right there, he kind of slows up, and then he really extends this stride. And again, impossible to tell what it is, but Cargo's had to come out. So the Rockies bring in Drew Stubbs. He'll play center field. Charlie Blackmon will slide to left. Wow. He got Kadire down, and they're not sure yet if it's going to be a DL situation with Kadire. And now Cargo has some sort of leg injury. Boone Logan is on now to pitch the top of the 7th inning.
5 innings for Logan so far. 6 strikeouts, no runs. He has 3 holds. We'll try to hold it here in the 7th inning, as he will have Revere left, Rollins, Utley, and Howard. Jimmy Rollins will switch around to the right side.
And Revere, pretty good bunt. Logan's not going to have a play.
Tell you what, he's fast. Wow. Now this is what they got him for, to set the table for those guys behind him. He just bunted a perfect ball. I mean, Logan came off with it, and that's a veteran move. Wasn't balanced, so you don't want to make a throw that ends up being wild, so you just eat the baseball. See, right there, if he throws the ball, there's a chance that he's going to hit Rivera, who was in the running line, or he's going to throw it wild down the line. He just held it. Ottavino's warming up for the Rockies in the bullpen.
Jimmy Rollins, a home run, a fly ball to center field, and a walk. Ball 1. Rollins has 1 career at bat against Boone Logan. Ground ball to third. That's a fair ball. Revere's going to get a stop sign at third, and the throw back, safe. Arenado now.
Walt's going to wait to hear that phone call.
I got him. And I'm sure we're going to take a look at this one. Well, the Rockies could use a break.
Yes, they could. And Walt's coming out pretty quick here. Let's look at this replay on a snap throw back on a Mike Shaw Subaru Super Mo. Nice save. Hand got in there. Left hand got in. Tagged on the forearm. But the hand got in.
Looks like he got back. Difficult to tell on that last look because the shoe was in the way. So it'll be second and third, nobody out. You have the go-ahead run in Jimmy Rollins in scoring position.
And the left-on-left thing is basically meaningless because you're talking about 2 guys that play every day against left-handers, and Rollins and, Utley and Howard. Logan in his career versus Howard, 2 for 4. Utley's 0 for 5.
Now is bunting for a hit. That was not a squeeze.
No.
Here's the ball down the line. This is not reviewable, by the way. Let's see. It's got to go over any part of the bag.
It does. Went right over the middle of it.
One and one on Utley. And what you need here, Logan's very capable of it, is punch outs. Infield's back, ball in play, unless it's a pop out. Or a comebacker is going to score a run and tie it up.
Not a comfortable swing on a hard slider. Amazingly, Utley has not hit Boone Logan in his career. 0 for 5 this year against left-handers. 476 average.
Auto glass damage, trust Safelite. Online at safelite.com. The phone number is 303-287-5000. Adam Ottavino. And if it gets to Marlon Byrd, and he's 2 doors down, you would assume that Walt will go and get him. Michael Kadire, and the reason we're showing Kadire, I'll tell you after this pitch. Here's the 1-2, and that is foul. With the injury to Cargo, and we don't know at this point how serious it is, but it's a leg injury. He had to come out. It is going to force Walt and the organization to make a decision on Michael Kadire, whether he goes on the DL or not tomorrow. They were trying to nurse it 3 or 4 days, and fortunately the Rockies have played really well. But now, when you have 2 of your starters down, who both are outfielders, you're forced to make a decision.
Just for bench help. I mean, you got 4 outfielders with Dickerson, but you still got to be able to have bench help. I mean, if guys can't pinch hit or play, that's a big thing. But trying to jump to the conclusion here a little bit with Cargo. Hopefully, he's tweaked something. Would be ready to go tomorrow.
One, two's high, 2-2. Bad news for the Rockies down in Colorado Springs. Matt McBride, what a strange deal. He's jogging around the bases after hitting his first home run of the season. Matt's a versatile guy. Catches, can play a lot of places. Been up to the big leagues with the Rockies, and he broke his foot. He wasn't a celebratory thing. He just was jogging on it, and they think, you know, it aggravated a stress fracture. Whatever the deal is, he's going to be out for a while.
Yeah, middle of June before he'll be back. Utley's really hanging tough here. He's throwing some nasty pitches. All he's trying to do is hook it to tie this game up. The Rockies feel like they can get runs off the bullpen. They don't want it to turn into a 2-inning or 2-run base hit here, so they put their infield back to get the one out and give up the run at third. Utley sees that, so all he's trying to do is pull the ball to the right side.
In the air, center field and deep. Obviously, this is going to tie up the game. Stubbs makes a catch, and it serves 2 purposes from the Phillies' perspective. It also moves Rollins to third with 1 out. So Chase Utley with his 11th RBI. So pretty good at bat right there.
You know, and you watched him too coming back to the dugout. Conversation with Howard. What'd you see? What'd you have? What do I need to look for? The difference is Utley has a very short, quick swing, so he can get the ball sometimes you wouldn't think he could get to. With Howard, it's a longer swing, so the sweeping slider has to have a 2-plane break. You try to throw a flat slider or a sweeper with a great big move to it. But not much down plane. Howard can get to it with those long arms.
He went.
Stu Cole now pulling the infield in.
Oh, 2.
Backed off with a slider, brought it down to 82 instead of 86, and a big swing and miss.
6 runs, 10 hits, no errors for both teams. Top of the 7th. And that is to shallow right, and it drops. Barnes is going to have to go and grab it, and Howard ends up at second base. Barnes with the big swing misread it. He started back, and it was hit off the end of the bat. 7-6 Philadelphia. It'll be a base hit and then an error on Barnes, allowing Howard to move up.
You know what, too? The sun's setting right back over to the ballpark here. With that big swing, you're exactly right. This is a big old swing. So you take your first 2 steps back, then you try to come in and recover on the baseball. The biggest mistake made here was when it bounced, it got by him in the outfield. So that allowed Howard to get to second base. Walt's going to have to go to his bullpen, and he's going to have to go down and get Adam Ottavino. I know Logan right now, Boone, disappointed with this outing today.
7-6 Philadelphia. Good news is there's 3 innings to work with for Rockies fans. To be shown in an upcoming game. Let's check out our photo of the day. Perfect for this Easter Sunday. A happy baseball fan. And the Rockies are now down 7-6 with 1 out. Howard in scoring position, Marlon Byrd at the plate, and Adam Ottavino, who has been just unbelievable this year.
Has faced 24 batters, has struck out 12 of those guys, has only given up 3 hits. That's pretty special in watching what he has accomplished.
It's out of play. Ball and a strike on Byrd. 2 punch outs and an RBI single last inning for Byrd. Seven runs for Philadelphia. That's more than they've scored all week. They had come into the ball game with 3 runs in their last 4 games, and 2 of the runs they had scored were unearned, both here at Coors Field. Here's the 1-1 on Byrd. Bouncer to second. Rutledge boots it. Now first and third.
First error of the year for Josh Rutledge. His ball hit right back up the middle. Ottavino couldn't get a reach on it. He going backhand, tried to plant, squeezed a little early, and just popped out of the glove. Dominic Brown, the left-handed hitting Dominic Brown. Will Nieves, the right-handed hitting catcher in the on-deck circle. With 1 out, get 1 on the ground. Do you think Byrd would go here?
'94 is fouled straight back. It's 0-1. Ball and a strike on Dominic Brown. And he lifts this ball to deep left field. Blackman's going to make the catch. That would have ended the inning. Instead, it's the 8th run for Philadelphia as Ryan Howard scores. So the Rockies are paying for that miscue. 9th RBI for Brown. That's turning into one of those Coors Field affairs, George. You got to win it with the bats today.
Yeah, you are. You're just going to have to match up with the bullpen and try to beat up on their bullpen.
Nieves a double back in the 2nd. Ground ball to first and a punch out. Marlon Byrd conservative lead at first, and it's 1-1. Rockies with 9 outs to work with offensively. Tulowitzki, Morneau, and Nolan Arenado in the 7th.
Good luck hitting that.
If the Rockies are forced to call up an outfielder, one of the prominent candidates would be Tim Wheeler. The Wheeler is not on the 40-man anymore, so we'll see what happens. Hopefully Carr goes okay. Strikeout of Will Nieves. That ends the inning. 3 runs come around for Philadelphia. It's 8-6 Phils. Moment for a rendition of God Bless America. Enjoy, everybody.
Of God Bless America. Performing God Bless America today, representing the headquarters Air Force Space Command in Colorado Springs, is Lieutenant Colonel Kat Struess. Please welcome Lieutenant Colonel Struess and join her by singing along to God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the ocean wide with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home.
Wonderfully done. As the Rockies get ready to go at the bat rack, we'll take a look at the Cooney Lexus look back. Cooney Lexus, where luxury has a new address, open in Greenwood Village in Colorado Springs. Ball game started. Juan Nicasio on the hill. Second hitter Jimmy Rollins with a home run. 1-0. Rockies would end up taking a 3-1 lead after this hit. And then Cargo later in the ball game trying to leg out a base hit. Came up lame and had to leave the ball game. Philadelphia also has a 2-run home run from Ryan Howard today. That's our Cooney Lexus look back. Jake Diekman continues to pitch for Philadelphia, and it'll be Tulowitzki, Morneau, and Arenado against the hard-throwing left-hander.
It is hard throwing, and it's going to be a big sweeper too. That's the big thing about it. He's going to come right at you with this, and that's where you've got to be pretty careful about getting out front with him, try to create a little offense. You got the right part of the lineup though to try to get back in this ball game. Tulowitzki and Morneau.
Tulowitzki today, a walk in the first, an RBI double in the third, and he singled in the fifth. He's had a big series. Philadelphia with 5 runs the last 2 innings. And the Rockies defensively haven't been as sharp as they've been. You had the pass ball, which turned out to be costly. The error a moment ago by Rutledge cost them a run. And then think of the base pass. Jordan Pacheco had that leadoff triple, and the Rockies didn't score there. Pacheco was thrown out on a great play by Rollins. He broke late, and then Dickerson, who hit the ball, got to second standing up and then came off the bag and was tagged out. Ball and a strike on Troy.
Watching Diekman throw, it reminds me similar type guy who's tall, skinny, left hand arm comes at you pretty quick. A little bit of Chris Sale in him. He does have the big bender, that's for sure. There it was to fall behind 2-1.
Matt Belisle's getting loose for the Rockies. Good eye by Tulowitzki, 3-1. Rockies trying to do something they have not done since 2002 with an asterisk, and that's sweep the Phillies. And the reason I said with an asterisk, of course, in 2007 in the postseason, they won that series 3-0. This ball lined to the corner in left field. Tulowitzki is going to have a leadoff double. Man, is he ever hot.
Fun to watch. He gets on one of these streaks like this. It's very exciting to watch Tulo swing the bat, because it's not only just the doubles. I mean, it's the home runs, it's the line shots, it's the RBIs, it's all of everything. Fastball, you've got a 2-run lead. The last thing he'll do is start walking people in the middle of this lineup. So he goes with the fastball. Tulowitzki shoots this thing down the left field line, fair ball. And he's at second with nobody out. Their bullpen still quiet.
Troy is 7 for 9 in the series. Home run, 3 doubles, 6 ribbies. And overall, in 21 at bats this year, 20th in Blake, he's got 14 hits. That'll work.
Yeah, that works every time.
or know how to pitch to hit. And it's going to fortunately curve out of play. Justin has driven in a run in every at bat in this game. Single in the first, RBI ground out in the third, sac fly in the fifth. Chance to make it 4 in 4 at bats with Tulowitzki at second base chatting up Jimmy Rollins. Two pretty good shortstops there visiting.
There's a whole lot of gold in those houses.
Yeah.
Gold gloves.
Both from the same neck of the woods, Northern California. And they said he went. I don't know. Checked it out at third with Tim Welke.
And umpires, a lot of things they judge by is this line right here. Did the bat come across that? And with that, it appeared that it did.
High and deep. Take a good look. You won't see it for long. Justin Morneau has just tied it up. There was speculation that he wouldn't do much hitting against left-handed pitching. You can throw that on the scrap heap.
Well, he's played every day against left-handers, and coming into this year because of the struggles after all the concussions that he had to fight through. Remember, this guy is an MVP now. He didn't take days off against left-handers when he won that. He's feeling good, obviously. He got a hanging breaking ball out over the plate. Shows that bat speed and strength to get it out of the yard and tie this game up at 8. There's been 23 hits, 16 runs scored in this game.
Arenado almost came out of his shoes swinging at that. How big was that swing? He says the heck with the check swing. On a 1-2 pitch. That was a missile. Five RBI ball game for Morneau. That's a now curse foul. Thing had so much English on it, made a left-hand turn. For a moment, it looked like it was going to stay fair.
There it is. I mean, hanging breaking ball right out over the middle of the plate, belt high. Tried to overamp that slider, and he paid for it.
Career home run number 225. His career best in RBIs is a 7-ribby game. And that came in 2009 at the Oakland Coliseum, or whatever they're calling it nowadays.
It's where the Oakland A's play.
Thank you.
That's where I call it.
O.co is the name of the stadium now. Overstock.com. One out, Josh Rutledge coming up. Who wants tacos, fans? The Rockies have hit that magic number. They've surpassed it. In fact, don't forget to go to your participating Taco Bell locations tomorrow between 4 and 6 to get your Rockies taco special.
Yeah, Morneau is so special these last 5. 8 for 18, 3 home runs, 12 RBIs.
One of these tight affairs, George. And looking at the Rockies bench, they have LeMahieu, Rosario, and in parentheses I'd put Kadire, because they don't want to use him. Rutledge is gone. 2 outs, and George Pacheco will take his turn.
Yeah, if you've been in the on-deck circle or watching, the strikeout to Arenado was a hard slider down and in. Same type of slider was thrown to Josh Rutledge. So for Pacheco, look down and in, look slider if he happens to get ahead of that fastball and try to turn and open up and hit that thing out of the ballpark.
And Willeen is in the on-deck circle.
Adams, a right-hander who just came off the disabled list. He's warming for the Phillies. And Matt Millau continues to throw, as Drew mentioned earlier. He'll come on to pitch the 8th inning.
And Diekman, after giving up the 2-run home run to Morneau, strikes out the next 3, Arenado, Rutledge, and Pacheco, but the Rockies have gotten even. What a swing by Justin Morneau. 8-8 as we go to the 8th. Game summary. 8 runs, 11 hits for the Phillies. 8 runs, 12 hits, 2 errors for the Rockies. Justin Morneau's been the big hero with 5 RBIs. Well, we just got word from the Rockies clubhouse that Carlos Gonzalez left the game with left knee tendonitis. And that flares up on him every once in a while. George, again, I look at that as a positive because it's not a hamstring, it's not a calf, it's not a groin.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and again, it's probably a little stretched out there when he went to first base, got things stretched. Hopefully everything's coming back. That'd be fine. Matt Belisle, things improving of late, making his 10th appearance. He's pitched 8 innings. Fastball has jumped back up between 90 and 93 miles an hour. Added a good curveball changeup. Aggressive attitude on the hill.
Off the plate.
Tony Gwynn Jr. in the on-deck circle.
Boone Logan goes a third of an inning, gives up 3 runs, 2 earned, 3 hits. First time Anybody scratched a run out against Boone. 33,563 on this Easter Sunday. And they've seen an entertaining ball game. I'd like to see the Rockies take the lead, put this one down. 8-8 in the 8th. 1-2 on Galvis. Boy, good looking spot. Galvis laid off it, hard sinker. 2-2.
Just off of the plate and down. But a great location in that count.
Base hit the center field for Galvis. And we go and check in again with Mark Stout as Tony Gwynn Jr. will pinch hit.
Guys, a couple of notes. Morneau with back-to-back home runs against the Phillies, Kendrick and Diekman today. The last time he did that, he went back-to-back against Halladay and Hamels. That was in 2010, June of 2010. He's got 4 homers against the Phillies, 4 for the Rockies. Matt Belay on the hill. I was talking to Matt about Tulo's series, basically, and you know what he said? He's playing softball.
The baseball looks like a softball, evidently, to him. See if they bunt as you would assume they would here with Gwynn.
But Stardo, the left-hander's warming up for Philadelphia. Adams was the right-hander earlier. Lyle just stepping off to see what was going on, to see, and you're taught that at a very young age. Should have been taught in high school. But you'll step off just to see the reaction of the hitter, not over to first. The reaction of the hitter if he starts sliding the hand to bunt.
Bunted it in the air. What a break. What a break. Gwynn. And that the technique, George, suggested more bunting for a hit than getting a sac bunt.
Exactly. Exactly. You know, a lot of guys that are good bunters for base hit can't sacrifice bunt. They can't give themselves up on the bodies. But he's like running out of the box when he bunts this thing. Yeah, sent up to do a job, didn't do it. You know, when you're the 4th, 5th outfielder on a ball club and you pinch hit late in games like this, it's the little things that they're looking for. You know, I know Gwynn will be disappointed right now that he was not able to get that accomplished.
Ben Revere. Ben bunted for a base hit in the 7th inning. He'd been in a 3 for 27 snafu. Rockies will have 9-1-2 in the bottom of the 8th inning. Pinch hitter for the pitcher, and then Charlie Blackmon. And Barnes, that's down the line the other way. Galvis stops at second. And now Jimmy Rollins.
Now, well off the line here, you don't anticipate a left-hander slapping a ball like this. Arenado was up on the grass defensively.
Well, that's what Revere does.
Take advantage late in games. Slapped the ball pretty good.
Rollins 2 for 3 and a walk, home run and a double.
And using all the left-handers early in the 6th inning, trying to shut things down. Well, Brothers already went his 1 inning and a strikeout. Then Logan would have pitched the 7th, and then you hand the ball to Blau with an 8th with the lead. The Rockies, no more left-handers down in their bullpen, so it's up to Blau to get through Rollins, Utley, and Howard.
job by Matt. 1-1, 1 out. And the Phillies had started the day in a horrendous collective slump. They had scored a whopping 3 runs in their last 4 games. 2 of those runs were unearned, but they've got 8 runs up with 13 hits today, and that's another one, and that's going to give Philadelphia the lead.
Rollins now 8 for 14 in his career versus Matt Belisle.
9-8 Philadelphia. Revere goes first to third. You know, the bullpen's been so good the last 10 days and getting hit a little bit today.
Yeah, right out of the reach of Josh Rutledge. The ball hit into right center, cut off by Barnes, back in again. But you mentioned Revere's speed. He's third very quickly. Jimmy Rollins with another RBI and another base hit.
See if Rollins goes early. Not here. Utley takes a strike. Curveball.
First curveball thrown in the inning by Belisle.
Not hit hard. Not going to be able to turn 2 on this. And another run scores. 10-8 as Revere crosses. That's amazing. Rollins, Utley, Howard have had good days. And Philadelphia's got 10 runs on the board.
Kind of how their ball club operates.
Yeah.
It has for a number of years. Looks like Chad Bettis has started to play catch down in the Rockies bullpen.
Howard is a double shy of a cycle. And if he was a triple shy, I'd say, well, good luck. But he got a triple.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't get it.
Single, 2-run home run, triple, and single today for Ryan Howard.
Chased the curveball last night in the dirt for a strikeout. See if Belisle goes there. Fastball elevated on the hands of Howard at 92 miles an hour.
Everybody in the Phillies lineup, all position players, have a hit. Led by this man with a 4-for-4 day. Two balls, 2 strikes. Way inside, and to the backstop. That's a wild pitch, and Utley in scoring position.
Try to look at this hard slider rotation, trying to go into that back foot. Missed, guided by quite a bit.
And Howard hits it slowly to second. Rutledge got there. I mean, he had to run it from the outfield, literally, to get there. 2 runs for Philadelphia in the 8th. They take a 10-8 lead. Rockies' upcoming schedule. It's brought to you by CenturyLink. Link to what's next. Giants are here the next 3 days. The Rockies will see Ryan Vogelsong tomorrow, and they will counter with Jorge De La Rosa. We're on the air at 6 o'clock on Root Sports with the pregame show next 2 days. Note that on Wednesday it's a day game, 12:30 the pregame show, 1 o'clock or thereabouts. First pitch. Tony Gwynn Jr. stays in the ballgame. Tony's in center field for Ben Revere. And Ryan Howard has come out of the ballgame, and John Mayberry Jr. So the sons of now on the field. Antonio Bastardo, another left-hander. Premier setup man for Philadelphia. The league hitting just 120 against him.
I tell you, tough lefty. No question about it. This is their 8th inning guy. 8 games he's appeared in, 2-1 overall record. So you know he's coming into some tie games. 8 1/3, 6 6 on the walks and strikeouts.
DJ LeMahieu will pinch hit for Belisle. Strike 1.
They don't have any right-handers warming up. Kind of surprising. Thought they might have Adams warming up, who pitched a very effective 1 inning the other day. I'm sure Papelbon will pitch tonight if things stay the way they are.
Ground ball to third. Galvis throws out LeMahieu. 1 gone in the 8th inning. And that'll bring up Charlie Blackmon.
Following the Rockies on MLB.com at bat for your iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry 10, or Windows Phone 8. Get score stats, highlights, and a whole lot more.
off the plate, ball one.
A lot of teams' record when you trail after the 7th inning is not good because of the dominance of good setup men and closers.
This ball's crushed to right center field. It is gone. Charlie Blackmon makes it 10-9 with his 2nd of the year. Rockies will not go easily into the night.
No, they will not. And Charlie Blackmon got a fastball on the lower half of the zone and then just dropped the helmet on it, man. I love this. Patented swing by Charlie to drive this ball out into the Rockies bullpen. A high, long drive at Coors Field.
Brandon Barnes. Brandon 3 for 3 and a walk this afternoon.
Chad Bettis is getting loose in a hurry to pitch the 9th. If they tie it up, you'll see LaTroy Hawkins, who has started to play catch.
Well, this is pretty.
Yeah, you talk about pretty. I mean, just fly to this baseball into that beautiful Sunday afternoon crowd into the Rockies bullpen.
Two. That on the swing of the pitch. I guess it doesn't much matter. 2 outs, and where Carlos Gonzalez would be hitting, again, he had to leave the game with knee tendonitis. Drew Stubbs will have his first plate appearance. This ball hammered to left field. It's going to take one hop and kiss the wall. A double for Stubbs.
This is where I'm amazed, Drew, that they don't have a right-hander up in their bullpen right now to face Tulowitzki. It makes no sense. You know, I mean, I understand Morneau's in the on-deck circle. He's crushed you, but Rhino doesn't have anybody up right now to face Tulowitzki from the right side. And you got a guy on the mound that's not really overpowering. Bastardo, I know he's a very good setup man, but this is a guy that's as hot as anybody in baseball walking to home plate right now after this double by Stubbs. And by the way, Stubbs pretty hot the last 2 days too.
You know, if Stubbs is underneath that ball by, you know, 1/8 of an inch, he's trotting around the bases.
You know what? I just saw Rhino 4. We're going to send him. You know, we're not even going to pitch to him. So they'll walk him and put the leading run at first to get a matchup.
You got to do that.
Yeah, you have to do it. But, you know, this late in games like this, interesting stuff going on here at Coors Field.
But you got to go left on left. But I'm sure heavy on Rhino's mind is the last lefty that faced Morneau a few minutes back, hard throwing Jake Diekman, and he had a 2-run game-tying home run off him. So they'll put on Tulowitzki, who's 14 of 21 at home so far this year.
Yeah, and Morneau right behind him is at 4 for 12 against left-handers, and he's 1 for 3 against Bastardo.
Justin Morneau
has been up 4 times today, and he's produced RBIs in every at bat. Go ahead and make it 5 for 5.
Yeah, Bob McClure's going to jog out right now, but this last at bat, hanging breaking ball, and he just smoked this thing into right field. That is a strong guy.
Go ahead and hit another one up there.
Okay, listen here. Now, you hung a slider last time, and it was a really good one, but it was hung out over the plate a little bit, and he hit it a country mile. So what do you think? You guys pick. I'm going to go back to dugout. Go get him. Now, trust me, there's a lot of sheets, a lot of studying, a lot of different things that have been put into this decision making right now, but then you've got Arenado right behind him. I mean, with Arenado with 2 outs and guys on base, you don't want to face Nolan Arenado, so I'm saying this is the guy right here.
It is a deep lineup, that is for sure. So here we go. Rockies down a run. 2 outs, 2 on.
Going away from him.
And Morneau fouls this one off, and it's going to get out of play.
I always felt like if you yell at the ball enough, it'll respond. It's just those hanging sliders I threw, and I'd say dive, and they wouldn't dive. Here it is, fastball away, trying to go to that outside corner. Actually ran back, caught a lot of the middle of the plate, and he fouled that off.
0-1 on Morneau. Stubbs, who can flies at second. Tulowitzki, the go-ahead run at first. That's a good block there by Will Nieves. Seven runs the last 3 innings for the Phils. A game the Rockies led 6-3. Slider, and it's 1-2. Tried to get him to bite on another slider. He took it off the plate.
I tell you what, that was a really good pitch too. I don't know how Morneau took it, although he's off the plate a little bit, so that's why it appeared to be away, so he just let it go. He got on top of it, had more tilt than it did side move. Going back outside again.
2-2. 3-2. With a slider, so Bastardo, ball get dropped, and Morneau's going to first. Phillies running off the field, no indication from the home plate umpire. Evidently said he held it. Rockies get a run back on the Blackmon home run. It's 10-9 going to the 9th.
By CenturyLink, your link to what's next. By StubHub. Hey, fans, want to be here in person next time your Rockies take the field? Well, just head to StubHub and choose your seats today. And by Jeep, visit Jeep.com to learn more. Wild one here on Easter Sunday at Coors Field. The Rockies trailing 10-9 as we go to the top of the 9th inning. Let's go to center field, check in with Jenny.
Hey, Drew, well, you said the word Easter, and the Rockies, they're not going to let this one get away. They're hopping back into the game. Charlie Blackmon with the home run makes it a one-run game going into the 9th. And we'll talk a little justified. That's exactly what Justin Morneau is. Sure, he struck out to end the inning there, but 5 RBIs for him on the night. How about a little spring cleaning? We're talking about Troy Tulowitzki hitting in the cleanup spot. He's 7 for 9 this series with 6 RBIs. This one's not over, fellas.
Well, I would agree.
Yeah, long way from over. Marlon Byrd at the plate. Chad Bettis is now pitching for the Rockies. First slider missed, ball 1.
Bettis starting to throw the ball much better with a lot more confidence. 95 on that last fastball. 540 earned run average, over 8 in the 3rd innings. I like the fact 6 strikeouts, just 1 walk given up. A lot of his ERA damage when you see that 540 happen in 1 ball game.
One and 2.
Last 4 that he has gone out and thrown in, a 4 2/3 innings total. 2 hits, no runs. Figuring it out. Working the late 8th inning, late innings in the ball game.
Side, and it's 3 and 2.
Pretty good pitch there on that inner half of the plate. Bird didn't want to bite at it.
This ball's well hit, and it's going to take 2 hops and kiss off the wall. Bird, with the ball in front of him, stops at second base, a leadoff double.
One more to look at what we're talking about. This is a fastball 95 miles an hour, but when you center cut it to good hitters like Marlon Byrd, they're going to pay. Once they can size it up a little bit. And that's exactly what he did. Sized it up into left center field.
Dominic Brown in a similar spot, but Stubbs will be able to get this one. And Bird will move up 90 feet.
Philadelphia today 4 for 12 with runners in scoring position. The Rockies are 6 for 15 with 1 out.
You got to bring the infield in.
Well, you're going to definitely have to bring the infield in. Will Nieves will be at the plate for Arizona. That's who he used to play for last year.
He did, I understand.
Yeah, there you go, Philadelphia.
Runs, 15 hits for the Phillies, 9 runs, 14 hits for the Rockies. One and 1. Nieves, a native of Puerto Rico. It's his home now in Orlando.
Nice guy. I enjoyed him when he was over here at the Rockies. A very good backup catcher, a guy that can catch if you need him to catch 3 or 4 days in a row. If a guy goes down, he could do that. Very intelligent pitch selection guy, too. That's one of the impressive things for me.
Yeah, he is a real good guy. This inside 2-1.
Huge student of the game. Most backup guys are. Most backup catchers sit in the dugout and they're paying attention because you know what? You never know when the guy gets a foul tip and you're in the game. Well, what pitches have been working? So that's what creates that student of the game.
And you also know that to stay at this level, it's going to be all about your receiving skills.
Catching the ball and throwing the ball. Calling the game. Not missing a beat.
2-1. Boy, that was dirty, man. That thing cut about a foot.
That was nasty. 92 miles an hour. Good luck with that, pal. Yeah. The evidence goes, wait a minute. He showed me some four-seamers. Now you're going to come at me with this thing? Right there at the end. Look at this. Wham. Now the Rockies have a catcher similar to this guy in AAA, Jackson Williams, a really good catch and throw guy. This lifetime .230 hitter at the minor league level, but somebody that can really catch and throw. And eventually he will get his opportunity. May not with the Rockies, but he'll eventually get an opportunity at the big league level.
2-2. Rockies in the bottom of the ninth will have Arenado, Rutledge, Pacheco scheduled. They have Rosario and Kadire, though again highly unlikely that you'll see Kadire.
Look good at bat. Hanging in there. Chad's making good pitch after good pitch. Down and away, 93-mile-an-hour heater.
Another 2-2. Slowly hit to Troy, and he'll be able to hold Marlon Byrd. So Bettis did a good job, if not the strikeout, get a ground ball.
Well, a lot of young kids, you know, you're worried about a mistake made here, but with his overpowering fastball at times, you can elevate it and make that mistake and still have success.
Now you got to battle Freddie Galvis. Galvis.
It's like a fly. You ever had a fly just like buzz you around? You get in a car with you and it's buzzing around your head. You keep swatting at it, and you can't get it. That's what he is. He just swats at pitches. He's like a little gnat. You just want to swat him.
Yep.
Shortens everything up.
He had a sac fly, and he's had a single since coming into the ball game for Ashe. Pinch hit for Ashe. Bettis trying to keep it a one-run game. Rockies will face Jonathan Papelbon in the ninth. And Papelbon is a guy that really has not liked pitching at Coors Field.
Not at all. The Rockies will have Morneau. Excuse me. Arenado, Rutledge, Pacheco coming up.
I guess the only time he liked it was 07 pitching for the Red Sox, closing out the World Series. 0-2. And this is a hard hit ball off of Rutledge. Safe. And that cost the Rockies a run.
But I think he almost got it.
It looked, again, naked eye, I thought he got him, but we'll find out on replay.
I can tell you what, everybody in that dugout, Tyler Chatwood threw both hands in the air. Walt's going to come out here and look at this thing. Let's look and see. He's out.
He's out.
Yeah, he's out. They'll reverse that.
Yep.
You got it. Somebody give him a thumb up. Go check it. Yeah, there you go.
Tim Timmons will head on over. This will be a huge reversal. Hard hit ball. Rutledge able to get the hop in time. Boy, there's a lot of white showing too, and Justin's glove. Look at that.
Well, you know what? Here's the thing too. I saw the umpire attempt too. He was jumping to get out of the way of a couple of things. You know, he didn't know where the throw was going to come, and he just jumped back.
Crowd's reacting. This is a great thing that they do in all ballparks now. They're seeing the replay on the big screen out in left center field. This manager's replay is brought to you by Subaru's EyeSight Driver Assist technology, a vigilant safety feature that gives peace of mind to every drive.
Out, the inning's over, the run doesn't score. There's not a whole lot you can do about it.
That saves the Rockies a run, so they'll go to the bottom of the 9th inning, down 10-9. And they'll try to get after Jonathan Papelbon, and they have pretty good history against him here. At Jonathan Papelbon from the on-deck circle. Papelbon will be on for the 8th time this year, and the numbers so far look pretty sound. He has kicked 1 save already, but more important is what he's done in Coors Field. After the World Series, he's been in a closing situation in Coors 4 times. He's blown 2 of those saves. He has 5 innings pitched here altogether, and he's given up 5 earned runs, thus a 9 ERA.
Last year, 29 of 36 saves overall. That's 80%. 7 blown saves, tied for 2nd in the National League among closers. This year, he is 4 of 5 in save opportunities. No one to get the first shot at him.
And he's been doing this a long time. The stuff is still good, but it's not as filthy as it was.
No, and it's mostly he had turned to a lot of sliders in the last couple of years. And he still has the guts and guile to pitch the 9th and get those last 3 outs. And those guys are hard to come by.
Arenado with an RBI single back in the 3rd to extend his hitting streak to a career best 11. Inside, ball 1. Phillies signed him away from Boston in a multi-year huge package a few years back. Here's the 1-0.
I always ask myself the question, when you have somebody like a Papelbon that is able to leave a team that he led to the World Series. You can see 06 where he is in saves, even ahead of Mariano Rivera, Joe Nathan, Valverde, Rodriguez. He has been the best. Why would they let him go?
Well, they've done all right without him. They just won a World Series.
I know.
Yep. 1-1 on Nolan.
But you see my point. I mean,
yeah.
You know, why let, unless they just price themselves out for that category where they have money designated for the closer role.
Arenado, you know, a lot of times teams down a run, you take a strike automatically. The Rockies a lot of times elect not to do that.
And the reason behind that, you have a pitcher, most closers are strike throwers.
And he hasn't walked anybody this year, and that's the thought.
And you get a good fastball to hit, you're going to go after that fastball that you might hit it out of the ballpark to tie this game. If you're down more than 2 runs, yeah, you'll take one. But when you're down 1, you go up hacking. You get something in that first zone that you can drive out of the park, drive it. Rally hats are on at Coors Field. That's right. Throw up the big charge and put that hat back on.
Line drive, right center field. He'll hold Papelbon to a single with Marlon Byrd because he was shaded in that direction. But a good AB for Arenado, tying run aboard.
A great AB for Arenado, and their defense, their outfield is so deep right now. It's going to be very difficult to get a double even when the ball's hit into the gaps. Under normal circumstances, with the outfield playing normal depth, this is a double. But it's the 9th inning, and they don't want to give up any doubles. So they're playing really deep. And that allowed them to get over and cut that ball off. Josh Rutledge will get a shot, and then Pacheco.
Creeping in at third is Galvis. Rutledge puts down a good bunt.
I tell you what, Mabry got in the way of Papelbon, or he may have been an attempted throw there. Good sacrifice by Rutledge. Look, when the ball is bunted here, you'll see what I'm talking about. The ball gets bunted, and when it's bunted out in front, Mabry comes to it, and as he gets up to look, doesn't make the throw.
So Jordan Pacheco will take the first swipe at driving in the tying run. Arenado at second with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th. 10-9 Philadelphia. Ball game right at 4 hours in length. Way outside, ball 1. Pacheco tripled back in the 6th inning. Unfortunately, the Rockies didn't cash that run in. He led off with the triple. Jordan loops this down the right field line, and it is foul.
Barely.
George spoke of the depth of the outfield a moment ago, and they philosophically at Coors Field, not to mention where we are in the game, play very, very deep. Arenado has average speed, but on a base hit, unless it's an absolute rocket, it should be pretty easy for Arenado to score. One and one. That hit him. So Arenado will have to go back to second. And the winning run is now at first base, and here comes the baby bull. Willeen Rosario is going to pinch hit. Here's that two-seam fastball that just rode in and clipped the uniform.
Been a lot of conferences on the mound by the Phillies today.
Rosario, the last healthy guy on the bench for the Rockies. And Willeen bloops one foul and out of play and broke his bat. Rosario does own a walk-off hit in his career. It happened last May against the Diamondbacks. Rosario last night 0 for 3. He was 2 for 5 with 3 RBIs in the ball game Friday night. Pacheco, former middle infielder, doesn't run badly. The potential winning run at first. Charlie Blackmon on deck.
Not a lot of double plays turned by Papelbon when he's on the mound. Just 15 career double plays.
That's a
15
career
double plays in 567 and a third innings pitched. 0 turned this year.
That's unbelievable.
Isn't that hard to believe?
That is really hard to believe. 2-strike count. Rollins, infield fly rule. 2 outs. It'll come down to Charlie Blackmon and Jonathan Papelbon. And you gotta like this matchup for the Rockies. Look at Charlie. This is in the 8th inning, left on left. He left the building to make it 10-9. Well, they got the Rockies close last inning. Maybe he can get them even right here or better.
0 for 1 in his career versus Papelbon.
Delayed strike call by Chris Siegel, the home plate umpire. It's 0-1. Virtually impossible to have a better start to a season than what Charlie Blackmon has done thus far in April. Here's the 0-1.
Figured he might go breaking ball away. 84-mile-an-hour split finger, off-speed secondary pitch in the dirt. Try to get him to chase it.
Rockies hoping for a celebration.
Not a bad move by Charlie either. A lot of staring in by Papelbon to Nieves to try to get the right sign that of the pitch that he wanted to throw. Charlie stepped out, break the rhythm of them.
One way outside, 2-1. And the 2-1. Crowd of almost 34,000 today.
This has been a seesaw battle with their bullpen winning a little bit of it so far. They have won it so far. 6th inning on. 7 runs given up by the Rockies bullpen, just 3 by their bullpen.
2-2, slowly hit to Galvis at third, low throw. Was he on the bag still?
Nah, I tell you what, right now, UI wants to see if he wants to check this, and Walt's going to come out. He's going to check it.
Tim Timmons telling everybody to stay on the field. It was a throw in the dirt. It was scooped by Mayberry. Did he stay on the bag?
There he did.
From that angle, it looks like he did. That angle, I'm not so sure. Let's see. Ball and glove, and it looks like he's still on the bag, at least what we can see, and they have called him out, and the Rockies fall 10-9 in a wild ball game. The Rockies allowed Philadelphia to score 7 times in the last 4 innings. More specifically, the 6th through the 8th, and their 3-game winning streak comes to a close, and the Phillies, who have been starving for offense, come up with 10 runs and avoid the sweep. The winning pitcher is Jake Diekman. He's now 2-1. Matt Belisle takes the loss. He's 0-2. Jonathan Papelbon fought through traffic in the bottom of the 9th to pick up his 5th save. And the 4:09 game time makes it the 4th longest 9-inning game in Rockies history. 10-9 final. Philadelphia outlasts the Rockies as we go to center field and Jenny Kavnar. Jenny?
Thanks, Drew. Heartbreak ending to an otherwise great series with the Phillies here to kick off the homestand. These guys have some numbers to crunch because we got lots of hits and lots of runs to tell you about. It's all coming up on the Toyota postgame show. We hope you'll stick with us here from center field. Again, the Rockies lose 10-9.